Now on the tee from Ireland, please welcome Shane Lowry.
A somewhat shockingly poor putting day yesterday for Shane, who's rock solid with the flat stick. He did hit 10 of 14 fairways, so the ball striking was good enough to get him into contention. He starts the day right on that cut number, looking to make a charge. Just misses the fairway up ahead, and that will make the path to the green just a little bit more difficult. Just outside the Queen City, who will be king of this city by Sunday? Just making sure the golf course is absolutely perfect for our groups out on a Friday afternoon. And this absolutely brilliant layout. Par 71 layout here at Quail Hollow Club, hosting this championship for a second time. Fourth longest layout in PGA Championship history. It is the longest par 71 layout that we have played in this tournament's history. Water comes into play, especially when we get into the Green Mile. You've seen it gobble up a number of shots so far this week. And you want length? We've got plenty of it for you. It's just the 8th and the 14th, the par 4s, that give you a bit of a breather. It starts hard, it ends even harder. For our group today, off of the first tee, mentioned survival test. There are 4 very difficult par 4s in the first 5 on this golf course, and then you've got to finish with 2 tricky ones sandwiched around a par 3 in the Green Mile at 16, 17, and 18. And you can see the shoes sinking into this rye overseeded rough, and the players having to get right on top of the golf ball of Brooks Koepka just to be able to get a little bit of a view of it. So began the week with them growing out this rough to about 2 3/4 inches, but with all of the rain that has fallen, it is a healthy batch of turf off of the fairways. That, Ken, you were out there walking the golf course this morning. You know, I thought at the beginning of the week you could draw some lies, maybe even the right rough here at 1 that were doable, but it feels like the deeper we get into the week, the more the balls are starting to settle down a little bit. Did you find it this morning when you were out walking?
Absolutely. It's about 4 inches long, I would say now. It's grown quite a lot to perfect growing conditions, particularly if you're growing cabbages. But one thing that has happened, some of it has been trodden down. Start of the week, we were standing up like soldiers and the ball just dropped down.
Final marching orders from Rickie Elliott to Brooks Koepka. A little bit blocked out by the trees, but certainly a pathway to the green. That'll find the bunker.
I saw Rickie on the tees gesticulating to say that the You could feel a bit of wind in the player's face. So I think the wind isn't, I wouldn't say it's freshening, but it's picking up fractionally.
A forecast for about 6 to 12 today. Tomorrow is going to be the gusty day of the week, which could produce some afternoon fire as Lowry gouges out.
That's a cracking shot from there.
Many expected Shane to make a bit of a push this week in this championship after playing very well last week up in Philadelphia on the PGA Tour, but he was 3 over through his first 7 holes yesterday and has been playing catch-up ever since. Has a good opening tee shot for Rickie. Fowler has a scoring club in hand.
We love you, Rickie! Let's go, Rickie!
It's been the common play, just a little bit right of the flag.
To dial those clubs in today, hit just half of his greens yesterday, 9 of 18 for Rickie Fowler in that opening round when he mustered up that 2 over par 73. And as I mentioned, Ken, you were out earlier this morning with the coverage. How has this golf course evolved from Thursday to Friday, and how might it evolve even more this afternoon as these players battle a cut line?
Well, the fairways are certainly drying out. The greens are pretty similar, I would say, though maybe a fraction faster. They're taking a little bit more of a skiddy bounce, but they've been very consistent over the opening 2 days. The rest is about the same. I mean, the course is in immaculate condition. The fairways are just perfect for playing your iron shots out of. And it doesn't look like the wind's going to pick up too much this afternoon, so it's going to be pretty fair on both sides of the draw.
How do you balance attacking versus protecting on a day like today?
Well, the game has changed so much in my lifetime.
Sure.
I mean, we used to play a very defensive game. It's much more gung-ho now. And the equipment's better. Everything's improved. Fitness, lessons, the condition of the course. So the players play a much more aggressive game. And I think over the last 4 or 5 years, Bryson DeChambeau's changed the game. You know, let's give it a rip. Whereas we were always looking to find the fairway and playing in front of the green. Now it's let's get after it. If it's your week, you're going to win. And Brooks Koepka is certainly one of those. He's a get up and go, 3-time PGA champion.
There you see the scatter chart so far today here at the first, and where Koepka finds himself. He's the first player to get it deep into this bunker down the right-hand side. What challenges are presented to Koepka long and right here?
Fairly sporty. You can see the people that have found the bunkers. 3 have made pars, a couple have made bogeys, but notice no one left of the flag. Everyone's clustered a little bit right and a little bit long. That's because there's a little bluff at the front of the green. So Larry's got a good angle to putt from. And Rickie's is a bit slippery down the slope. The sand here is just, if you wanted perfect sand to play splash shots out of, this is the best. I mean, seaside golf, we get some great sand, but it's even better than that. The texture, everything about it. It's that sound, that lovely sound as you go under the ball.
Look at that take off. Hit it in one bunker yesterday, got that one up and down. Brooks was 5 of 11 scrambling yesterday and hitting just 7 of 18 greens. That is very un-Brooks Koepka-like. His ability to play well in hard major championship venues is really his calling card of his career. And he talks openly about how his approach, his lack of fear, his discipline to playing to the smart sides, driving it well, hitting it in the middle of greens is why he's won 5 major championships in his career. And then yesterday, 5 of 14 fairways, 7 of 18 greens. That is the opposite of the blueprint that this man has used to win 3 PGA championships and 2 US Opens.
He had that spell, didn't he, when he got in contention, as if he was never going to get beaten. He's probably asking himself a few questions over the last year or so.
All right, can Rickie get the putter fired up early?
Such a magnificent stroke. It's like a sort of artist with a paintbrush, soft and it's delightful to watch. I know he's struggled a little bit with all aspects of his game. Even his putting's got a bit rocky at times. Touch and feel player, really classy, lovely to watch.
So the cut has wobbled back to +1. Took a peek to +2 for a little bit, but again, it continues to sort of edge its way towards 2 over par. So if you're going to play the weekend, you probably imagine you need to get to +2. Players like Justin Thomas in at +3 is going to need a hurricane to blow through this afternoon to make it tough for the fellas as Shane Lowry looks for an opening birdie.
Hit it, hit it. Oh, he's hit it. The perfect way to start. He's a bit of an inspiration putter. You know, he's either not quite got it and grumbles a bit, or he gets a few in. It's the perfect way to start for Shane Lowry. Good form. When you strike a putt absolutely pure, it just runs out that little bit more than you anticipate. Oh, delightful.
He lost nearly 3 shots to the field yesterday on the greens. Have to imagine there was a little work put in on the practice putting area last night. A great start for Lowry, a poor start from Brooks Koepka as that ball never hit on line, and that is a pretty soft bogey to start this round. A couple of shots wiped to the right, not the best of bunker plays, and Koepka's mountain gets just a little bit taller early in this round. Mixed bag there at 1 is can we go to 2?
One of the trickiest tee shots on the golf course. It's a dog leg from right to left, and you'll see why as we go around the corner. Now you can cut the corner, and if you do, you're hitting to a pretty shallow bit of fairway, 25 yards wide. And if you miss the fairway, it's really tricky. Uphill second, and a pin up right on the back right-hand corner. And anything drifting to the right gets gathered down that collection area. Day 1 at the front, day 2 at the back, and it's up a little ridge in the green. There's not much green behind it, and playing uphill off a nice fairway lie, it's easy to spin it too much, so quite a tricky flag to get at.
It is way back there today. We have already seen some players, Ken, here today. If you are long and left or just long of this whole location, there's a real chance you won't be able to keep your next shot on the green. So that was one today when the whole locations came out late last night. Maybe you're looking in your yardage book and you're a player being like, okay, we're going to have to be a little careful today here at 2.
Down. No.
Well, that's a long way back, that one.
Hold, please.
Such a difficult, because you can't see the fairway. You're hitting over the edge of those trees if you're taking the tiger line. There's one big oak tree that's so easy to clip unless you get it really high and towering. Rickie looks like he's doing a bit of thinking.
Penny for his thoughts. That's the line. Does it have the distance to cover? It does not. Would appear, or did it get through?
Hold, please.
Funny how the trees get taller every year, Ken.
And the trees here are absolutely magnificent. Look at them.
You see the ball of Rickie Fowler did make it through the first cut. Koepka's will stay in the left-hand rough. So Koepka and Lowry both going to scramble, and it'll be a difficult second shot to this green that repels any misstruck shot. We're underway. Feature group here on a Friday afternoon at the 107th PGA Championship. Our featured group at the second hole, birdie at the first for Shane Lowry, gets him on the right side of the cut number. Rickie Fowler hoping that he can find the form here at 2 or quickly there in to make that charge towards a weekend tee time. A bogey at 1 for Brooks Koepka, and he is going to have to figure it out here on a Friday afternoon to try to avoid his first missed cut in PGA Championship history. A man that never misses the cut is walking with us yet again here on our feature group stream. A little bit of a pit stop, some hydration, but Ned Michaels is the ultimate marathon man here this week. Ned, what do you take away from this morning that you're looking forward to this afternoon?
Well, first of all, where else would you rather be than out on the golf course, the PGA Championship, especially this beautiful place? This morning what we saw was the golf course starting to firm up at least the greens. That big bounce that we saw early in the week, it's back. Maybe not quite as pronounced, but you have to account for it. Plenty of birdie opportunities out here, but you better hit quality shots because some of these hole locations, Ken, I heard you talking about it earlier, they're tucked away. But if you deliver the irons, you're going to have some good looks on the greens.
There we are. There's at the corner of the dog leg at the second, under the beautiful trees. You can see birdie's pretty scarce. 2 pretty long tee shots, which suggests the breeze is picking up a fraction.
What's the biggest challenge for Shane Lowry missing on that right-hand side?
Well, once you find the rough, he has got a bit of landing area because you can see the trees just in his way, and coming out the rough, you won't be able to cut it very easily from left to right, which you need to do to find the green. I'm interested to see how he plays. He's a magnificent shot maker. Elevated green too.
I'm not trying to pitch any more than 10 on, right?
Yeah, kind of 77 number.
Feels like I sort of would prefer to go after something out of this lie, so it's 7, huh?
Trying to go like that now.
Just like hit 7 up the left side of the green and a bit of the green left. It's going to be short, man. It's giving me room, huh?
I like that shot.
Like, ideally, you come down that guy in that blue, but you don't want to be any further right than him. Any further right than him, this is right.
I like
This is some twisted, gnarly grass around his ball. You cannot afford to go long of this green. That's a guaranteed bogey. And this has come out hot and left.
Get
Down.
out. Get down.
Feel like a miss on that.
Ken, we've seen players chip it off the green from there today. Multiple players chip it off the green from that spot. And if you're watching and you haven't watched any of their coverage today, like, what are you talking about? He's a foot off the second cut, just chip it down the hill. No, he could literally chip that ball off the right side of the green.
To Rickie.
Good visuals here for Rickie. Massive oak tree, and it lines up just left of the flag. Let it drip from left to right.
Very commercially played, right in the heart of the green.
Kenny's going to have to get down after this. It's settled to the roots.
Oh dear. Once you start chasing the cut, the thing is this pins up a tier, so you feel you ought to hit it high. Yep. Get it up to the top of the tier, then one hard bounce into the rough at the back. That's treacherous from there. I wouldn't say it's Alcatraz, but it's pretty darn tricky.
It is going to be tricky. Also tricky trying to figure out who you're going to get your money on here this week. You can lock in your PGA Championship winner at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code BIRDIE to get started today. So today's live odds brought to you by ESPN Bet Sportsbook. This is to win the golf tournament. Now, I'm not sure if it's a value bet right now at 275 to 1 on Brooks Koepka, the way that he has looked early, but birdie at the first for Shane Lowry to get right in the cut number. You can still get him at 225 to 1 if you feel like the best golf is in front of Shane Lowry. Now, of course, 1 over par just on the inside of the cut number and 11 shots back of the lead of Jonathan Vegas right now, because Vegas is rolling. Vegas always wins, right? I guess that's what you're supposed to say after an ESPN bet.
I like it. I like
after an
it.
ESPN bet promo. But Vegas with a 4-shot lead right now, and we'll see how that impacts the winning percentages and probabilities of players like a Shane Lowry and others in the field as they've reached the green here at 2. And you want to talk about gambling. These short shots from over the green at 2 are going to be a bit of a gamble as well. And this green was actually softened a little bit, Ken, from the last time we contested a PGA Championship in 2017. They took some slope out of this green 2 years ago, but don't tell the players today that have been faced with this diabolical little test.
Yes, the flag sort of 3 up the little ridge in the green, and there's 5 behind it. So the little plateau at the back, little parcel shelf's only 8 paces deep. But oh, Ned, this looks a bit fruity.
That's a good description, Ken. It'll make you go fruity. Earlier in the day, Dustin Johnson had a similar predicament. He failed to get it on the green with the first one, then ran it 10 feet by with the second one. Turned into a double.
Stop. Stop.
Down.
It needs to stop.
Yeah.
It needs to stop. You better run. Run, Brooks, and mark that ball.
Sure, Brooks does much running. Doesn't look the type, does he? Damn it. Yeah, another 2 feet on that. That was in danger of running off the edge of the green.
Well, Ken, if there's anybody for the job, it's Shane Lowry. Has this wonderful way of just dropping the club right on the back of the ball, somehow controlling it. Needs to move this about 4 feet.
Oh, man. Almost too delicate. He has very upright wedges and quite heavy-headed ones. But he just uses the weight of the club to drop the club behind the ball. A little unlucky. Normally hops out of there a bit more than that.
What's the benefit to that in terms of his feel?
I think it's just what he likes. But the more upright your irons are, particularly in that, it's a little easier not to trap so much grass behind the ball. I don't think he does it for that. I think it's just what he's grown up with, because he would have been grown up. Well, what feels right to him. If you look at his clubs in his bag, they're not like some of the players. These look like they've been used a bit.
Yeah.
Ken, I hit this exact putt a few times on Tuesday afternoon and couldn't hit it high enough. It snaps so hard from left to right. Right now, it'll start moving. Good line.
That pace is still dived right in that last 4 feet.
And you know it's going to. You just can't convince yourself to give it enough.
Nicely struck putt. At this stage, I thought it had enough pace to hold its line, but no way, Jose.
That thing was humming and still found a way to snap below. But good start from Rickie, steady start, avoiding the heavy rough, and now Koepka to avoid a bogey start. Well, his want-to meter is losing fuel by the minute in this second round. If you're going to make a charge today back into contention or even to the weekend, surviving the first hour and a half, as we mentioned, is going to be critical, because you really don't get to scoreable holes until 7 and 8. And now Koepka dropping at least 2 to begin this round.
This one will get your heartbeat up. Just need a little dollop of speed. And you have to put it outside the hole, Ken, on the left.
This is so difficult. Hard breaking left to right as. Lovely start for Shane Lowry. Birdie at the first, par at the second.
And most importantly, that club looks like it's cooperating early today. shortage of fans here at Quail Hollow Club trying to root Rickie across the cut line today.
Back to the PGA, Brooks.
5-5. Let's get this one back on the rails, but the third hole, Ken, is not an easy one if you're searching for birdies.
Absolutely dead straight. Not easy to see the shape either. You've got to make up your mind. Am I going to hit a draw off that right bunker or just fade it a fraction from left to right? Second shot, a little uphill. So the pin sneaks at the front of the green. 9 on 6 from the left. A little slope behind it you could use. So you can get at it if you find the fairway. Again, one of these little bluffs, these little upslopes you've got to carry, so it makes you feel you've got to hit it in the air. But there's that little slope behind that you can just hold the ball into it. Might even wander back a fraction.
This was tied with the 12th hole yesterday in terms of the hardest fairways to hit of the par 4s and the par 5s. Love the framing of this hole. And again, like many great golf courses, Ken, sometimes the camera doesn't do a good job of sort of showing you the slope. And there's a plateau or a top to this fairway. There's some pretty decent slope coming from the beginning of that fairway you see in the distance up into the top. It's framed beautifully, as you mentioned. It's a really beautiful and kind of stunning hole in terms of that dichotomy of greens down the corridors and the fairway shooting ahead.
It's not the widest of fairways, 27 yards wide, and miss it left. Some pretty thick rough down there, and a tree gets right in your way.
This is headed that direction, Ken.
That is way left. Hopefully that avoided a bird's nest rattling through a tree. It looks like we've got some folks that see a golf ball, so that is good. Got a few trees out here, Ken, that could swallow golf balls.
Yes, it's magnificent, these statuesque oak trees. You've got to really make up your mind how you're going to hit this. Is it a little bit from right to left, or is it a little fade? He looks to be shaping up for a draw. Teed it down a little bit as well.
Now he's hitting a mini driver, Ken. Carries at 295.
Oh, hang there.
Area where that grass is about 4 inches long, but it's still standing up, and the ball just drops right to the bottom of it.
He carried that 308 with the mini driver. Again, it's getting humid, it's getting hot, and we're getting to that time of year in the States where the ball goes a long way.
Koepka hit it into the driving range here yesterday. Flared it right, clicked the cart path, went over the fence into the driving range. This one definitely not going right.
This might be on the 4th hole. Somewhere in between his tee shot yesterday and the tee shot today is the perfect tee shot here at 3, but it is a disastrous start for our 3-time PGA Championship winner. Koepka on the wrong side and fading fast on a Friday. They're all chasing Jonathan Vegas on a Friday here at the PGA Championship. Vegas on the backside before he got to the scoreable stretch at 14 and 15. How about this gem at 13? Never left its target line. One hops and stops. That is like stealing out there at 13. A tidy little 2 there. And then at the drivable par 4, 14th, validating the 2 at 13 with a birdie 3 here. Showed he's human at the par 5, 15, just made par there. So he enters the green mile after shooting that brilliant round of 64 yesterday, which has been matched by Max Homa for the round of the week. 3 under par today. If Vegas can find a way to play that closing stretch in even par, I don't know if we thought 10 under par was accessible this week, Ken. The length, the firmness of these greens. 8 under par won this golf tournament back in 2017. 8 under par was the lead number after 36 holes in 2017. But Jonathan Vegas, the first to touch double digits this week, and he looks very comfortable on this property right now.
Magnificent. Some wonderful iron shots. As you say, the 13's given away very few 2s. 10 under par, I mean, that could be a winning score. I mean, who knows if the wind picks up a little bit at the weekend. Terrific golf. 16, 17 and 18 to play. I think if you said to him you can play him in 1 over, he'd keep walking.
He's driving it beautifully this week, is Vegas. For someone with his length, he's hit 9 fairways each of the first 2 days. And why is driving accuracy important? Well, there's a picture of it right here at the 3rd. You see there's only a couple of red circles for birdies from those that have missed the fairway, and our feature group has all missed it to the left. Big bank of trees in front of them, and Ken's just not the spot to be when you're just trying to survive this opening stretch at Quail Hollow Club.
Yes, when you miss on the left and the pin is tucked left behind the bunker, you know you're in an awkward spot, so you've got to nurdle, hope you get a decent lie. And you get a gap that go either under the tree or over the tree. I'm sure Ned's had a rustle round.
Indeed I have, Kenneth. Shane Lowry caught some good fortune here. He's where the gallery has trampled down the grass. Clean enough lie, can get it up and over the big oak halfway between he and the green. Fowler has the worst of the lies. And Koepka over in the pine straw sitting down a bit.
They could use lasers this week, and sometimes this is not. It's quite a good spot that a player might use a laser when you're way offline.
It's funny, Kenny, they did all use lasers, but then each one of them also had their caddies double check the old-fashioned way.
Well, and I'll ask both of you guys, because I know that there's a lot of calculations that go on here. It's very easy for our audience to say, oh, it's just like me at my home club when the greens are soft and running 8. I shoot the flag stick and that's the number that I'm going for. That's just the starting point. That's the first part of the math equation. What else are they then calculating based off of that number?
Well, you can also, and this is an example, you can shoot the face of the bunker, so you knew exactly how far that front bunker was, and then you'd know how far the pin was over the bunker without having to wonder and have a look. So it has its advantages. Whether it speeds play up, I don't know, but it's handy to have. What I love about the trees on this golf course, they haven't been hacked around. They've got that beautiful, elegant trunk, and the trees quite had a chance to spread out, show their beauty.
If you had to do it all over again, would you be an arborist?
They can't beat a nice tree unless you're a golfer and you park your ball right behind them. Then they're the worst thing in the world.
Always healthy debates about trees on golf courses. The architectural community, sometimes good, sometimes bad, the trees.
I do a little bit of golf course architecture and design, and a lot of our courses were recent courses were, you know, sort of built in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, where they planted some trees. Of course, now they're big trees now, and they're hanging over tees and getting in the way.
You know what I mean? Yeah, like I said, if you get it in there, it's still another 16 to get it in there anyway.
The woman in pink.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. It's a nudge there, Matt.
Well, my math from here, 180 to the flag. He does have to curl it around this tree if he's not going to go directly over it. That's what he's trying.
Right there, baby.
They wanted it in the bunker, and I think he got his wish. hole high right of the green there for Shane Lowry, who will try and get that one up and down to protect this really solid start, as Lowry yesterday 0 of 1 out of the sand and just 1 of 5 scrambling in his opening round.
Koepka went ahead and played, fellas. I couldn't quite see where it came down. He had a lot of loft in his hand.
You didn't see it either, Ned, so might be in that front left bunker. No one's ever going to accuse Brooks Koepka of playing slow.
Fowler plays at a nice clip as well. 150 covers the bunker. He's going to have to get it up quickly out of this gnarly deep lie, though. I'm not sure he can get it to the green if he captures the height that he needs.
Great shot. Oh my God.
Oh, we got it all the way there now. Kick right there. Come on back down. Here she comes.
There's a slope.
That is absolute brilliance from Rickie Fowler out of that heavy lie, and hit his number absolutely perfectly. So a wonderful chance to turn a poor tee shot into a birdie here at the third for Rickie Fowler. Mentioned his 16th PGA Championship for Rickie. Best finish for Fowler in a PGA was part of that incredible year in major championships, in which he had a top 5 finish in every single major over a calendar year, which typically, if you have that, one of them has been a victory. But 2014 finished tied for 5th at the Masters, runner-up at the US Open and the Open Championship, and then finished the year tied for 3rd at the PGA in 2014. That was his best finish at a PGA Championship, one of his 3 top 10 finishes at the PGA.
That's some season, isn't it? Level of consistency and playing well in all the big tournaments on the tough golf courses. I hope he finds that form again. He's a very likable fellow. There's Sir Ned looking very smart in his orange top.
Now you see 13 top 10s in a major without a win of any player in the field. He headlines that list. And as you mentioned, with the little bit of form that he has found of late, you would expect him to maybe give himself an opportunity to win. But at this age, 36 years old, and what has become a younger and younger man sort of game, he's definitely on the second half, the back 9, if you will, of his professional career. But it has been good to see him really grind through the game the last couple of years to get back to being a player that can certainly contend and win out here and on the PGA Tour and in majors. Is Shane Lowry. Wonderful touch out of the bunker.
In his career time as well, the game's changed a lot. It's become even more of a power game.
Brooks likes to get steep on his bunker shots. And we saw it yesterday a couple of times out of the bunkers around the greens. Ken, he's just catching not enough sand, and it's kind of shooting a little far on him. This one trying to come back a little. It's going to be difficult for Brooks to stay engaged if this one doesn't go down.
Yeah, he's missed his opening 3 fairways and didn't really look like finding any of them, actually. The first wasn't too bad, but clipped the tree as it was coming down. Cut, do we think 1 over, 2 over?
Right now it's still holding at +1, but it's going to go to +2. It's just too hard of a golf course. About a 2 in 3 chance that +2 becomes the cut. But as difficult as some of these greens felt like they were playing, the speed that we saw in some of these greens, the heat of the day, we've had good scoring today, which I think is, caught me at least, and fellas can chime in as well, a little bit by surprise. The scoring average right now is 72.2. It's an easier golf course today from a scoring standpoint than it was at this time yesterday.
Well, first thing this morning, for the first 2 bit hours, there really wasn't a breath of wind. It wasn't too hot. It was perfect golfing conditions. It was like playing in a greenhouse.
And it had that low light coloring, and you could see the texture and read the green so well. So the group I went out with this morning, that first 9 made a lot of putts.
Oh boy. We're getting to the point where Brooks might start asking groups in front of him if he can play through. That's a rare look for that man in majors, as this would be a rare birdie here at 3 and get Rickie Fowler on the proper side of the number at the moment.
Yeah, and he waited for that plane. That's the right thing to do. You wait till the plane's going away from you. Marvelous shot to get it to here. Not a whole lot of break, but it is quick.
Good catch by the hole, and Rickie Fowler with a very sporty start, including a birdie here at 3. That's how you send notice that Quail Hollow Club's not going to get the best of you on a Friday, 1 under through his first 3 holes.
I watched Brooks earlier in the week on the practice putting green, and if he had a tendency with this putting, he get a little quick in transition and then pull these short ones.
Just like that, Ned. Well, if he makes the cut from here, I think everyone would tip their hat.
I suspect you could get some pretty good odds on that,
Yes,
Ken.
yeah.
Just been completely gobbled up by these first 3 holes. Look at that, 8 over par, and just 2 rounds played. And your scoring average is more than a bogey on 1, 2, and 3 this week for Koepka.
Have to put this on top of the left edge. It moves to the front of the green.
Oh, Shane. Good par. Clever par. Didn't want to get involved in the left side of that green. Played it to the right. Trusted his short game. 3-4-4.
And a perfect putting start as well, those first 3 holes, as they'll head to the first par 3 of the day.
186 yards. Flag tucked very tight on the right. When you look from the tee, you think there can't be any green over there, and there isn't much, but tucked in the little corner there. Anything to the right of the flag will get thrown off the green, about 2 yards of level, and then you go down quite a steep bank.
We have had 2 aces here in PGA Championship history. The most recent was yesterday, Eric Cole, who had not had a hole-in-one in his PGA Tour career the last couple of seasons. Why not make it major for the first one? Track it all the way. That is one tidy bar tab in the clubhouse for Eric Cole. Smiles all around, having a good tournament this week. He shot 70 yesterday. Cole backed it up with another 70 today, so he's just on the outside of the top 20. Second hole-in-one here at Quail Hollow Club in a PGA Championship. The other also here at the 4th. That was Joust Luton back in 2017, also in the first round. So we've got round 1 aces covered here at 4. Now what we need, Kenny, is an ace in round number 2. So I give you 3 candidates right here to try and go flag hunting.
181 yards. Pretty level, not a tad up the hill. Little fade required, but you've got to sort of favour the camera tower and just work the ball in a little bit from left to right, although Rickie looks like he's going to go straight at it.
Needs 167 to cover that front bunker. That's a big 8-iron for Rickie.
A good line.
We tried, Kenny. We tried.
Okay, just. Would have been terrible if it slipped down the bank. Quality strike.
Watch this bounce, though. That is 5 feet up in the air with an 8-iron. Did flirt with it. No one's hit it inside 5 feet so far today. 5 feet 6 inches the closest. Just that little shelf there protecting this whole location.
This might be the slip and slide 7-iron for Shane.
Wow.
Eddie Shane.
Upslope at the front of the green, digging straight in. It needed 3 more yards. It would have taken a bit more of a hop forward. Always enjoy watching Shane Lowry.
Kenny, where do you think Brooks intends to have his target come down?
Well, ideally, you want it 8 feet left of the flag, a bit less. He's setting up to cut one in as well, just chop across it a fraction. A sweeter strike.
Third bunker in his first 4 holes for Brooks, as it's going from bad to worse early in this second round Friday. Shane Lowry and Rickie Fowler trying to make an early move here in our feature group coverage. Jonathan Vegas's lead has swelled to 4 here in the second round Friday at the PGA Championship. Matthew Pavon, 65 today. Max Homa matching Vegas's round of the week, 64. There are good rounds out there. Brooks Koepka has not gotten off to the start he wanted. 4 over through his first 3 holes, in another bunker here at 4. And he will be scrambling again. Shane Lowry is going to be next here with a putt outside of 40 feet, but Ken, 40 feet is child's play compared to yesterday.
Surely not.
68 feet away.
Up, down, then up there, and then down the other side. Oh!
Put a hurt on the back of that hole, but it went down.
Fastest I've seen him move.
You see yesterday, that was really the lone bright spot with the putter. It all sort of came in one stroke here at the 4th. The putter has been fantastic through the first 3 holes today for Shane. And this is a little trickier of a read maybe than the straight up the hill putt yesterday.
Yes, sir. It's up the hill almost all the way, about 6 feet from the cup. It'll start to turn from the back of the green to the front and pick up pace. If it runs past the hole at all with any kind of speed, it will chase all the way off the green. Ken, I'd like to see it 6 or 8 feet short, just starting to run out of steam.
Yes. When we come to the next shot, you can see the flag is cut right at the top of a little ridge, right, and you just see the different colors of the grain. A little plateau, a little pimple. Quality.
Yeah.
Top quality. Ooh, he's got his smiley face there.
Couldn't ask for a better look for Rickie Fowler. Only thing that would make this any more straightforward if he was on the green, but it should come out of this step cut, no problem. It's slightly up the hill. And if anything, it's actually going to try to come off the shoulder here and kick to the right. Got caught up a little bit there, didn't it?
That big-headed putter also looked like it was slightly snagged in the grass.
If you grabbed that putter, went back in time, and brought it to the tour in 1980, what would they say to you?
Let's have a look.
Yeah, that spaceship just getting a little too much contact with the ground there. Koepka wasting no time. And what is quickly sliding away from him here today, but pours that one in. Maybe something to build off of, but he's got to play bare minimum 5 under par golf the rest of the way. And don't forget, it's not just us here on ESPN Plus. You can follow along with 4 different featured groups and featured holes live here on ESPN Plus. Look what we've got going on here. We've got the number 1, 2, and 3 golfers in the world. Joe Hallett's giving a lesson over there on the Mickelson Fleetwood Jason Day stream. We'll hear from our coach coming up a little bit later when he sees some things. John Rahm, Patrick Cantlay, Matthew Fitzpatrick playing, and then, oh look, there's the leader of the golf tournament in the midst of the Green Mile on our featured hole coverage of the Green Mile at 16, 17, and 18. If you are a golf junkie, just stream them all. We're the most entertaining one. Don't tell anybody else. As we make the walk over to the par 4, 5th hole. Little dog leg to the right. Walk us through it, Ken.
10 dog legs on this golf course. This is one of the ones that goes to the right. Goes down the right-hand side, and it turns quite hard round the corner. The pin at the back of the green today. Yesterday it was on front right. Today there's a bit of landing area on quite a steep bit of green that slopes quite steeply from back to front. You've just got to be careful. Leave you a very fast putt if you go beyond the cup. Short, a little bit right, leaves you the easiest putt on the green. Ledge, a little sort of tier in the middle of the putting surface.
Very important you find the fairway here at this 5th hole. You get gobbled up by the bunkers. In fact, in the history of this week and this championship when it was held here back in 2017, it's about a half-shot penalty if you miss this fairway at 5, either left or right. And all of the birdies today, -1, have come from players that have found the fairway. And just waiting for the fairway in front to clear. Sepp Straka still has to play a shot up ahead. One last week up in Philly on the PGA Tour. He's got his twin brother on the bag.
Good angle, and you hit it down the left side. Nicely played. He'll be on our Ryder Cup side come September. He thoroughly enjoyed it last time. I know he was really excited about getting the chance of getting back in the team.
Rickie Fowler made the last United States Ryder Cup team. Brooks Koepka was with them as well in Rome. Neither one of these players necessarily riding the form in 2025 to get Captain Keegan Bradley's attention to this point. But Ken, as you know, playing on 5 Ryder Cups, it's obviously you want star players, but you want players that are playing the best possible golf the week you arrive at the matches, and that is a hard science to try and figure out how to figure out who that's going to be.
It absolutely is, and it's absolutely crucial because the matches are generally very, very tight. That was in my early days when we played with a couple of players weren't on form, and if they weren't on form, the only team I played in was Muirfield Village in '87, when you'd say all 12 players were playing well, and then it's much easier for the captain because you can swap around a bit. It gives yourself the best chance of winning the matches, but it's an exciting week's golf. I'm sure everyone's looking forward to it.
He's begging. That's headed right towards the bunks.
It may have been better off if he'd gotten into the backside of that first bunker. That settles in the rough.
Ken, it's been an interesting odyssey for Shane Lowry and his driver over the past 5 seasons. He had one that he loved and hit it long and straight, and the face cracked, and then it took him a whole season to find another one. That one broke, and he finally has this one. It goes straight, but not very far, he said.
Perfect tee shot. One of the wetter fairways, there's a half a chance you might get a bit of mud on the ball, although it's just a short iron in. Yes, if you lose your feet, when you use wooden clubs, that was it. They're all unique, so if you lost it, you lost it. You have to find another one. Bit easier to match a modern driver up.
It's 144th is Lowry in distance. Distance never been a problem for this man.
Accuracy, however, has been an issue. That one looks pretty nice.
And it is. He was rolling through majors, just hit that violent cut. Finally finds a fairway here as he tries to restore order on a Friday. Jonathan Vegas in the midst of the Green Mile with a 4-shot lead over Matthew Pavone, 65 today, solo second, and the round of the day matching the round of the week belonging to Max Homa. 64 today for Max, that really got jump-started after a birdie at 13. This swing, Ken Brown, at 14 had us all wondering, could it, might it?
Well, from here you think it's got a chance. Drivable par 4. Could it? Oh, what a shot. It's hard to get that close from 10 feet.
Somewhere Andrew McGee popped a bottle of champagne after that one just stayed out to avoid the hole-in-one on a par 4. Little chip-in magic there. So every shot wasn't just the swings, it wasn't just the irons, it wasn't surgically taking apart the golf course, it was doing the little things that you have to do to have a special round. Putter, good as well for Max Homa, who has certainly found low points of his game over the last couple of seasons. flirted with disaster at 7, but able to chip it up there close. Went out in 30 on the back. That birdie at 7 allowed him to shoot 34 coming in on the front 9. Just 1 bogey on the card today, and a 64 for Max Homa. In front of our feature group, we saw that approach shot from Sepp Straka. A little bonus peek at the green here. And Ken Brown smiling ear to ear about that Ryder Cupper and what that might be when his putter gets going, Kenny. Wow, it's fun to watch.
Yeah, when he gets his iron, he's extremely impressive, and he's got a lot of control.
And now you see where our tee shots wound up back behind with the flagstick going in here at the 5th. We lie dependent over there for Rickie Fowler and Shane Lowry, the shortest hitter of this trio, to go first here from the fairway.
Very few birdies, aren't there? There's plenty of pars. Two bogeys from the players that hit the left-hand bunker, so perhaps Rickie's been having a bit of good fortune. Depends how it's lying.
It's a good one, Ken. Actually down green. And some light rough, those little firecrackers behind it. This might be one of the first flyers we'll see.
Talk to me here. How far you want to push this? That's good. I like that. You know, 50, like 55 on the coming down the right corner of the tower. Yeah. You like that? Right now, it just feels like it's just, I mean, a little right to left on the wind. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, trust your feel. You got it.
Well, you heard the number 155. That covers the bunker by some 15 feet. And if it lands on the green, it should spring towards the hole.
Yeah.
Ken, I think he read the lie the same that I did and looked for it to jump, and it came out dead.
He seemed to really grab his club as soon as he struck the ball. Perhaps it was a little bit coarser than he anticipated, but okay there. Lovely shape with the ball, Shane. He can work it anyway, different trajectories. It's all in his hands and his natural ability. Here he goes.
Had a little bit of debris on the ball, but it shouldn't bother the flight.
Hold right there.
Now Brooks, on the other hand, has a problem. A couple of nuggets on the left side of his golf ball, Ken.
Golf can be so cruel.
Buck 55. Knuckling right at it.
The anger going in that man right now for the start. He just blasted the mud right off the ball. Didn't even have a chance to affect the flight. And we'll have to try and chip that in from just over the back of the green. It kind of turned into the conversation yesterday, didn't it, Ken, about the debris getting picked up. And honestly, today's one of those days where you might see more mud on golf balls as the fairways begin to dry out. I think to some people listening that sounds counterintuitive, but it was so wet yesterday that the balls were almost sort of going through a spin cycle wash when they hit the fairway. There wasn't a lot of big chunks of mud. Now you get a little bit more compact matter underneath the grass. You could get some more of those mud balls. How would you read lies, or how would you read the debris to help you in those situations?
In our day, it was just a guess. I think they've done a bit of scientific work as to what's likely to happen. I'm sure all players know that, but whenever you get a bit of mud on the ball, you've got to play a percentage. You've got to take a bit of the flight out of it, knock it forward, don't be too ambitious, play a sort of safe shot. But reading them, I mean, the mud on the right, the ball goes a little left, yeah. But in theory, and in practice it often does, but you've got that sense of doubt every time you're over the ball, what is actually going to happen.
And Ken, I think the modern ball with the spin characteristics, it doesn't take a big clump of mud that we think about as a mud ball. It takes a little bit of debris on the ball to change how it's going to perform.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it affects the aerodynamics of the ball once you get a bit of mud on it. Of course, when you hit it, most of the mud comes off. It doesn't take, just takes a little bit on it to see what we saw yesterday.
See, this has not been a popular spot today, but those that have found the bunker have not fared well, although Rickie a little deeper into the sand than those before him.
Soft sand here in this bunker at 5. The moisture in the fairway also gets to the bunker here. You need to get a little extra swing speed.
Pretty good leave.
Always been very good out of bunkers around the greens for Rickie Fowler. Being a good bunker player, what's the ratio of skill versus imagination?
This sort of skill is ahead of imagination, but you got to be able to picture the type of shot you're going to play, how much spin you're going to put it, what flight you're going to play it with. But if you're a top tour player, it's a basic splash shot is relatively easy.
Shane may have been thinking make that one, made it look relatively easy, and what has been a very steady start for the Irishman.
Good chippers have time at the top of their backswing when they take the club back. They don't rush the club into the ball. Another single putt. Seems to have his game under control, in command of it.
Got a long par 3 coming up, but if he and Rickie Fowler can stay 1 under par in the first third of this round, it's an excellent start on a Friday as Koepka looks for his first birdie.
It's impossible to read when you look at his face. You'd have no idea how he's doing. It was the same when he was winning his majors. Ben Hogan just played. Unlucky.
Dead on line there. Just weaseled out to the right.
I wouldn't have anticipated that. I'd have expected it to go a little bit the other way, perhaps.
Sort of course it didn't go in. Nothing's going in for me right now. This is an important 9-footer for Rickie early in the round.
And he's right up the fall line. We have the ability to use the books with the arrows that the players aren't allowed to. And wherever this hole is cut, the arrows start to diverge different directions. So when I see a hole cut in that kind of spot, it typically means hit it firm and just inside the left edge in this case.
Sweetly read and sweetly hold, virtually dead straight, a bit off the left side. Good save.
Well, he was at the top of his game, Ken. Putts went in with purpose. He was never afraid of 3-footers coming back the other direction. And that one, I think that was sort of a vintage tempo right there for Rickie Fowler. I mean, he would absolutely mash putts with, I wouldn't say reckless abandon, but he was fearless when it came to pace on the greens.
He still looked like a 15-year-old putting, didn't he? Just play as if I was a boy. Come on, this is what I use. Just give it a tap at the hole and in she pops.
No scar tissue for that man. Jonathan Vegas, 1 to go, and he has found the fairway at 18 to close out the green mile. So Vegas in cruise control with a 4-shot lead over just one man. in second position. That would be the Frenchman who shot a bogey-free 65 today, Matthew Pavon. This was an early birdie at 2. Such a hard hole. We saw how difficult it was for our group. Birdie there, birdie at 4. This was off of a birdie at 7, his second shot at the short 8.
Pin on the back right corner, and he judged that perfectly as well. Amazing, when he left our tour, he got the card via the European Tour. No one thought he was going to be a bit of a star. Within 4 or 5 weeks, he'd won on the PGA Tour and going from strength to strength.
That was at 12, his 5th birdie of the day, and then the 6-pack complete after laying up at 14. One of the rare players to not go for this green, put a wedge in his hand, and it was the right decision. Pavon, his 6th birdie, would par in from there and sign for a bogey-free 65. And a man known for his precision play. Good striker of the golf ball, good putter as well. Pavon has managed his game beautifully here the first couple of days, scattering 3 bogeys, no big numbers through the first 36 holes to get in at 6 under par as we are at the 6th hole. But a bit of backup here at this par 3. So we'll step aside for a minute, back on a Friday here at Quail Hollow Club. PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. Get your youngsters involved. Get them a jersey with their name on the back. Pick the number out. Choose a hat or advisor. I bet those kids are in Junior League. 100%. If not, their dad, well, I'm assuming that's the dad in the bucket hat. Get your kids involved. Look at the lime green shorts with the fanny pack on the guy on the left. That was a choice. That young man was streaming our coverage just a moment ago until someone texted him. We'll get back to the broadcast in a second, and you'll find out more about this diabolical long par 3, Ken.
Downhill, you're just trying to aim it right at the center of the green. About half a club, maybe a full club downhill, with the flag right in the back corner. A bit of landing area. But the green is all like a hog's back. It's throwing the ball off at all different angles. So it's very tricky. Stracker on the green. 3's your friend here. Look at the putting surfaces. It's amazing, isn't it? You couldn't get a carpet at home any nicer. It's a living plant.
When you walked around this week, what challenge did these greens pose, or what questions did they ask that you thought would be the most difficult this week?
I think they're relatively easy to read.
Yeah.
There's quite big slopes on them because you can still see the shine of the Bermuda underneath the overseed. So it gives you a clue to the lines, but there's a lot of movement in them. And if you're not in the area of the flag, and I mean within inside 20 feet, you need a mighty good touch to make sure you lay them all dead.
Max McGreevy in this group in front of us. McGreevy shot 73 yesterday, all pars to this point with this 20-footer for birdie to get him inside the cut number. Never played in a PGA Championship until this season for McGreevy, and making a major championship debut. How about that?
Doing well.
For the Oklahoma Sooner, who's on the wrong side of that number. He sees 76 players. Just for a fraction of a second, it vaulted to +2, and then a bunch of players hit scoreable stretches and went back to +1. It has held on at +1 for a long time today, which is not good news for those a couple of shots outside the number. It's almost a certainty it's not going to fall to +3. So we saw in this very stream Justin Thomas earlier today get in at 3 over par with a disastrous finish on the front 9, including a bogey at the par 5 7th hole. It appears that our champion in 2017 is not going to have a chance at winning his 3rd PGA Championship, barring something crazy or something crazy like that from Alex Smalley, who was 5 under par entering this hole. It's in a tie for 3rd, but that's going to be his first bogey of the round. Last man in the field on Wednesday night when Saiif Theegala withdrew.
Well, we haven't seen many short putts missed this week because the greens are so pure.
There are Georgia fans everywhere, aren't there? Go Dogs.
Never walk back to the 7th tee, you sort of go back on yourself.
Just a chance to maybe exhale for a second, knowing you've got a par 5 coming up.
Yep.
As now the focus back on our featured trio, and Rickie Fowler looking for a good swing here on the tee down the hill.
A little bit of breeze back into the player's face all of a sudden. Just enough to stand up a misstrike.
Help. Go.
Little sort of mini valley of sin at the front of this green, a little hollow, gathers the ball up and just managed to tiptoe over that. So centre of this putting surface, you're never more than 30 feet away.
This one's trying to work back to the right, but headed left. And a big bounce, couple of big bounces still running, smashes right through the curb of the high grass. That one is going to be awfully difficult.
He was just trying to take a bit off his driving iron there. It was between probably the 4-iron and his driving iron, and just tried to hit a soft cut, came out a bit hot.
This would be that 3-iron that Brooks likes so much. Balanced looking swing, but this one just not coming back at all.
Couple of tough misses there left, and that will be a real test, including for Shane Lowry. Off to a good start this week after a disappointing finish last week on the PGA Tour. As we go to our PGA of America Coaching Center powered by T-Mobile, where our PGA professional Joe Hallett discusses the mental bounce back for Shane Lowry.
Will, it's Ken. It's a mental bounce back. And you know what? At the highest level, and I want to talk to the competitive players here for a second. The reality is on tour, part of your job to win is getting into position to win. And Shane did that last week tremendously. At the highest level, they know they're not going to win them all. But if you can put yourself in position 3 times or 4 times, you're going to have an opportunity to close the door on that. And then they walk into the next week, and everything is always positive. They got into position, so they're bringing the things that they did so well last week and going, my goal is to get into position to win again. You know, it wasn't always sunny in Philadelphia last week, but maybe the sun will shine at Quail Hollow.
Thank you, Coach. T-Mobile for Business, exclusive 5G solutions partner of the PGA of America. Yeah, Lowry stood on the 16th tee last week, tied for the lead, and then bogeys at 2 of his last 3 holes. But you also see what he's been able to do in the last 4 PGA Championships, a couple of top 6 finishes, including last year at Valhalla. Winner of the Open Championship back in 2019. And I think many can feel that Shane Lowry's game right now is even more suited to win another major than it even was when he hoisted the claret jug, and we'll have some fond memories of that Royal Portrush win coming up later this summer.
Yeah, we're all looking forward to going back to Portrush. What a reception he got there, particularly on the Saturday. First time he's ever been in the top 10 in the world, so I think he's playing the best golf of his life, really. And he loves the links golf. And as Joe said, bit of confidence comes, bit of momentum. All sport requires that. If that's flowing in your way, you can do much better. On the other side of it, if things are not going for you, get down on yourself a little bit. It's a lot tougher. You can see this today with Brooks Koepka. He's just struggling, not only with his game, but inevitably slightly with yourself.
8th on the PGA Tour in approach and 4th in scoring this year for Shane Lowry. Wasn't the best of approach plays this 252-yard par 3. There you see where those balls collecting down to the left of the putting surface today. A mixed bag, being able to get it up and down for this duo.
Brooks is so good at these, though, because he gets down steep on it. Keeps that face shut, uses the leading edge a little bit. And he's working back up the slope and into the grain, so he can use that to scrub a little speed. Shane has big problems, though. He's coming downhill, down grain, downwind.
Took a rocket second kick, didn't it?
Golf course continues to firm up. Earlier in the day, that second bounce, even the third, was kind of checking and then slowing. I didn't even think about stopping. All right, Kenny.
Yes.
If you had a nickel, would you say he's getting it up and down?
Can he? Yeah, he can't pitch on the green, can he? Or can he? No. It's just he. No. He's trying to be so delicate just to get it onto the putting surface, most unlike him.
What do you think that muttering is? Is that about the situation? Is that about the shot? Is that about the player?
I mean, it's just a real mumble to himself. And Darren, his caddy, has probably heard it all before and is just saying nothing.
You have to be a good listener to be professional caddy, don't you?
The biggest skill a caddy has got is when to talk and when not to talk. And you just got to learn that and build that relationship between the caddy and the player. It's so important.
Come on now, Rickie. Get it to the hole.
All that's going on around him, though. Rickie Fowler, even with some errant tee shots today, ball striking been pretty tidy. That was I wouldn't call it stress-free, gentlemen, but there was not a whole lot of additional perspiration over the first third of this round from Rickie Fowler, the start that he was looking for here on a Friday as he heads to the par 5.
That's it, next page of the yardage book, see where the flag's cut.
It normally will roll pretty well out of this frog hair, this fringe line. But back here, the grain grows into you a little bit, what grain there is. Just watch and see if this bobbles early.
Did he do it? Did he do it? Just put himself behind the 8 ball here on this hole. So birdie at 1, bogey now at 6. And Shane Lowry dances on to the other side of the cut line. I think when we came on the air for this feature group, I said I'd feel pretty comfortable at +2. I'm not sure how much comfort I'd take right now at 2 over par. It may be +1.
Well, it's so calm out here now. I think you'll start to see, if it stays like this, quite a few putts go down. And I'm with you, 1 over's feeling like the number right now.
Kind of stunning. That's what the day began as, that we would not have any movement towards it, which means Brooks Koepka is 8 shots off the cut number. Not just the shock of maybe missing his first cut in a PGA Championship, but by a wide margin, Brooks could go 0 for 2 on weekends at majors here in 2025. Look out. Lowbridge, we're coming through. Jonathan Vegas playing the 18th hole, trying to close out another round in the 60s in what could be a 4-shot lead. And will anybody be able to get a little bit closer than Matthew Pavon when it's all said and done? European Ryder Cup captain Luke Donald, how about him? Former #1 player in the world, turning back the clock. 1 under par today, following up his round of 4 under par 67 yesterday. Bryson DeChambeau has been absolutely mashing his driver this week and got a few of the putts to fall today. So the 68 for Bryson, he is in the mix. Keep in mind, 4 of the last 8 PGA champions began the second round well outside the top 10, sometimes even outside the top 30 on the leaderboard. So you can make a push today to get in contention, and then moving day tomorrow is going to be very, very important. What a roller coaster it's been for Colin Morikawa this week. 71 earlier today on featured group coverage. He's 1 under par, not out of it, but 9 shots back. Tyrrell Hatton was near the top of the board today, one of several English flags on the leaderboard. You ready for trivia time, Ken Brown?
I'm ready.
Only one Englishman has won the PGA Championship. Do you know who?
Give me some thinking time.
Okay, I can give you a clue, too. Also happens to be the first person to ever win the PGA Championship.
Tell me.
James Barnes, 1916 and 1919.
James Barnes.
Sandwiched 2 victories around World War I. And since 1919, there has not been an English winner of the PGA Championship. Rory McIlroy, 1 under par to start his day. He's trying to fight his way back in, but there you see Jordan Spieth hoping to cut number again, low 70 in ties. It could get to +2. Good fight today by Jordan Spieth, shoots 68. There's Shane Lowry, part of our feature group coverage, as he's now back on the wrong side of that number as they head to the scoreable stretch of the golf course, trying to make up a little bit of ground and get in contention to make the cut.
Spieth hit his opening tee shot and then ran back into the clubhouse. I don't know what he was going to do in the clubhouse. He didn't seem to be in there very long, but he hit his opening tee shot and disappeared like a rocket too.
+3s are likely done, so all of those with rounds posted. Hideki Matsuyama, I'd have to go check, I believe had made 19 consecutive cuts in majors. So that streak is going to come to an end with his 73 today, unless the sun comes out and the wind decides to start blowing at 40 miles an hour this afternoon, which does not appear likely. And our fast-paced group has hit the traffic jam here on the front 9 at Quail Hollow Club, and I don't think Brooks Koepka is too thrilled about the wait here on the tee, as he's 9 over par now in his PGA Championship. Rickie Fowler, best of the bunch, 1 under through his first 6 holes. This is the chance to make a run either into contention or to try and make it. And this is the reason why, Ken, it's like 2 different golf courses, and the middle of it, if you tee off on the front, 7 through 15, 111 under par so far this week. This is the stretch where you get to work, because as we've seen, the rest of the golf course, including the Green Mile, will absolutely steal your lunch money.
And 7 and 8 are key to that, because the 7th is a par 5, which is reachable in 2. The 8th is a drivable par 4. So these are going to be 2 critical holes for our 3-ball today. It's unusual to have such a split, isn't it? But I suppose it's the Green Mile that clocks the scores up.
You know, we were having a chat before we came on the air, some of us around the golf course, about would you rather start on the front or the back this week. You start on the front, you got to play 6 difficult holes, but now you get the middle of the round like this. You start on the back, you can get off to a good start, but then you've got to survive 16 all the way through 6, making the turn. I don't think we ever actually arrived at the perfect answer, as Rickie's got a clear fairway in front of him now.
He's been driving it beautifully.
Beauty, Rick.
Sorry.
Yeah. A little something like that, Ken.
Right down the middle.
Right hand up the 2 trees.
That could be dead center.
How much will we give it?
It's one of those tee shots that sits and you can see everything, the whole hole from the tee. But water right, and it's not the widest of fairways.
I like that look, Ken. It's kind of like 3. You stand on the tee, you know exactly what you have to do. It's just a matter of, can you execute?
Just what he was trying to do. Little open stance, little slidey left to righter. Just bounce, hopefully get rid of any mud if there was going to be any mud on the ball.
Pretty good pop there from Shane. This one might have a little extra mustard behind it.
And if he wanted to, there's just enough of a breeze behind him and helping his fade. He could hit that high plains drifter that just rides the jet stream.
Is it overcutting? It is not.
Very sporty second shot into this par 5, particularly when the flag is cut on the little pimple on the back right-hand corner.
Oh, a mistake by Jonathan Vegas at 18 costs him 2. Oh, the tournament always seems to get interesting when you finish the Green Mile. Jonathan Vegas took 4 to get down from the right greenside bunker at 18, and sullies what would have been a round of 68 with a double bogey finish, 8 under par. And now up ahead from our feature group here at 7, Alex Smalley coming off bogey at 6. He's just now 4 off the lead and flubs his 3rd shot here at this par 5. You mentioned right before we went to break, Ken, this hole location. Quite a different spot from yesterday. We'll get back to where it is today, because yesterday it was over on the front portion of the green. Alex Smalley was some 70 feet away for eagle. And wouldn't you know it, Ken?
The bank. So difficult to get that just right. There's a steep bank to go up. Once you get to the top of the bank, the green just tipples away from you.
Making the most of his major opportunity is Alex Smalley, but now making a bit of a mess of this par 5 today after just getting over the back of the green. This is an unfamiliar spot. Now the 4th shot for Smalley chipping. These players have... Did he do it again? He did. Wow.
Another biggie for Smalley.
Well, you could put together an entire 2025 mixtape on Smalley just from this hole alone the first 2 days. So an eagle yesterday, a birdie today. Smalley's back to 5 under par and doesn't appear to be too pleased with it. He's just 3 off the lead. Players that play this golf course routinely, annually on the PGA Tour, this is a hole location today at 7 we've never seen on this back portion of the green.
Well, I looked at it during practice. I thought it's just a little too sporty, but they put it there. It's up a big tier in the green, and then there's about 3 yards up the tier, and then there's about 4 yards behind it, but it's not even flat.
We'll see what that does to Smalley on the leaderboard. Now 3 back in that tie for 4th, including Ryan Gerard, who's yet to tee off in this round. Anybody's tournament right now, especially with Vegas dropping 2 at the last. That certainly changes the vibe of those trying to make a charge.
Big break for him. Just when he missed the short putt at the 6th, things were getting away from him on the 7th, and in one pops. It's the look of a man who's maybe got a slightly dodgy back, or maybe he's just tired of waiting.
That's a tired of waiting pose right there.
We had a golfer called Brian Barnes who used to bring a chair. And he sat on his chair when he waited. One of these collapsible chairs out in his bag. He just sat on the.
I'm sure the caddy loved having to lug that around.
It was quite a small, like a shooting stick type of chair. It wasn't a great big armchair.
Was he ever behind you, sitting in the fairway, waiting for your group?
Well, I was just about to say, quite often playing behind me. Yes.
We had our first feature group today, told a couple of times to speed things along on the golf course. As you take a look at the tee shots from this trio down the fairway and where they are waiting from. Couldn't have walked 3 golf balls collectively out there in much better spots.
Approximately 240 yards to the pin. There's an interesting shot, what they're going to do. Oh, there's one eagle. Someone's made an eagle. Huge tee shot, though. Don't know who hit it down there.
How would you deal with the start and the stop, especially in, say, even a major championship?
It's so difficult standing watching the group in front. You just get a bit of rhythm going. You stop, but it's these 2 holes. You get a reachable par 5 together with a drivable par 4. You're going to end up with some slow play. Nothing you can do about it. Funny enough, standing up for a golf. I mean, they used to walk and they can walk for miles and miles. It's not a sort of natural thing, and it can just tighten your back up.
Ken, it's worth noting that the 3 players in this group who are on the green now all hit beautiful approach shots. All ended up long. So it tells me either the green's firming up or the breeze that they think is in their face really isn't up there. And long here is so tough. Deep rough and everything going from the back of the green towards the water on the front of the green. Justin Thomas earlier in the day flubbed his first one and then chipped his second one all the way down to the front. Ended up walking off with a 6.
It's a snorter of a pin position, isn't it?
I mean, you can expand on it too, Ned. I mean, we've never seen it back there. It's just it's an awkward spot to be. It's still the easiest hole on the golf course because it's a reachable par 5, but it's definitely a unique hole location to the players that are familiar with Quail Hollow.
I would be thinking that you're just trying to cover the bunker, really. So for our guys, that's going to be, call it 215 or 220, depending on which one.
It's not down. No, it's still it's minimal, but it's there. Just don't want to lower the back too much.
Smalley off to the short 8th.
It's a shot down.
Short par 4.
Yeah. Comfortable enough?
Yeah, coming down between the tower and the bunker.
I like that.
Give him the teardrop high fade, Mr. Lowry. Land on that front left of the green. See what happens. Even that won't hold the green.
A glorious shot, wasn't it? So sweet.
Well, this might be the 4-iron for Rickie. 230 is his carry number. If that's the case, that's going to land in the center and bound over. Acting like he might have left it out to the right.
Chase. It's going to work all the way back down.
Not a bad spot.
This one much higher.
Good line.
Headed to the left side of the green.
That ball didn't curve a centimeter. An absolute frozen rope up to the heavens and back down from Brooks Koepka, and he's able to hold the putting surface. Might have to go eagle at 7 and 8 for Brooks Koepka if it's going to be an unlikely rally. Well, we heard all these players trying to set the perfect target for that approach coming across the water. A common tip on the golf course for beginners and professionals alike is to set that target. In the case of PGA golf instructor Ryan Lenahan, he had a very specific target set for 2025, reaching this PGA Championship in an area he knows well.
2 years ago, I circled Quail Hollow on the calendar when I realized that the PGA was going to be played there. I used to live there. 2 of my kids were born in Charlotte.
Brian Lenihan for par. And he is going back to Charlotte, North Carolina.
Number one, I love Quail Hollow, the golf course. I played it one time. I played on a 45-degree day one day in Charlotte with my dad. I absolutely love the course. People have asked me, you know, what's your favorite course? And I would probably put that top 5 or 10 that I've ever played. I've been very fortunate enough to play a lot of great courses and everything, but Quail would definitely be up there. And then to play it in the tournament conditions and tournament atmosphere, I mean, it's incredible.
Part of the 20 in the Corebridge Financial team. And there you see the leaderboard with all of them. Someone getting on the golf course. It's going to take some serious work today to have any of the 20 make the cut. We knew it was going to be a tough week, including the PGA Professionals champion Tyler Collett struggled today with 79. And you see the scores through the grouping there. Just kind of got on site this week, got to walk around with a number of the individuals on this list, including 2 of the 20 of our Corebridge Financial team from the great Indiana PGA section. Shout out to all my fellow pros back home. But man, just a really tough golf course for the Corebridge Financial team this week. Is back with our feature group here at the par 5. 3 really good second shots into this par 5 to set up scoring opportunities for this trio.
Somebody's making eagle. Come on, can you get your eagle dance out?
Yeah, they've got opportunities, haven't they?
Well, Rickie, if you're going to be down in the bowl, you're hoping to be where Rickie is, because he's going to be able to take most of the break out of the putt. Really just has to get the speed right. Shane Lowry, I haven't seen him hole out yet. It's way overdue. And Koepka's going to learn something from Shane's pitch. If you can get me those odds on an eagle right now, I'd be definitely a buyer.
Well, here's the first go. He's been eyeing up.
And it'll just shimmy left to right as it makes its way towards the hole. A little bit downhill, but you don't have to worry about the speed here.
Nice line, a bit of an upslope, quite inviting. Quality.
Lone eagle here today was from Joaquin Niemann. It was the closing salvo in a round of 67, vaulted him back to 1 under par. He hit the longest tee shot, 348. And then from 202 hit it to about 12 feet. That's also the best second shot into the green today here. So that was the blueprint for eagle.
348. That's a mighty blarner from an elevated tee to a softish fairway. This back little level, Ned, how much higher do you think it is than where Rickie's ball's finished?
Probably about 4 feet.
Quite a climb.
Yeah, it is. It's the good news for Rickie, though, because he's got to climb that slope, he's going to have to take much of the break out of this. Again, that smooth transition is what we're after.
Well, Ned, it's up to Brooks then for your eagle.
Well, maybe he's the man. Maybe that's the kickstarter, the jump starter that we need.
And just see your garden in the backdrop.
Yes. Got a little dining area there. Having a private function tonight. I think you're coming. Kids table. That's for you, Will.
Gladly.
All right, let's all smile like kids when Brooks knocks this one home. Killed it. Killed it.
Well, you knew he wasn't going to be short.
Well, darn it. Everybody was rooting for an eagle.
Two eagles here yesterday, one today.
Is the front right pin is the best chance of an eagle, I would say, because if it's like Rickie's, the ball just trickles back down to it, little hollow there, but you've got to flirt with the water.
Brooks, who deploys that double whiskey finger grip where the index finger on each hand flops its way down onto the putter grip.
Well, the first of what he hopes are 8 birdies in his final 12 holes.
All about rhythm.
It's been steady. It's looked good. They're going in with pace. 2 birdies in the first 7 now for Rickie Fowler. Even par. Now with a slight cushion. There is no such thing as a big enough cushion with the Green Mile to close out your round of golf, but Rickie could start maybe climbing the hill towards the top of the leaderboard, not just necessarily making the cut. All 3 players make their birdies here. That's a bounce back for Shane Lowry. 3 birds here, 2 birds there on a Friday afternoon. Dinner's on the other side, guys.
Going on the dots.
Short par 4 8th, Rickie Fowler coming off birdie, and he is going to take the layup strategy here at 8, playing it short of the bunker down the left-hand side. I can tell you, it's only been a handful of players, less than 10 so far today, that have elected to lay up that far back here at the 8th. Shane Lowry going to force the issue with the big stick a little bit farther down the hill here at this par 4.
Smoldered it right down the right center. If it gets into the rough, that is going to be a dicey proposition.
Oh, that went in a hole, Ned. Went right in a hole.
Deep stuff down the right.
No, it's in a hole in the fairway.
Oh, it stayed in the fairway, but in a, ooh.
I think went into someone else's pitch mark,
yeah.
I think. Just was copped out of his own, but into someone else's. Brooks plays mainly with a fade. He's aiming down the left. Oh, that was a couple of nice sweet tee shots. Is it? Just avoid the bunker.
Do not go in that bunker. It does not. And that is position A to this back right hole location, Ken, where modern analytics have started to sort of shape the strategy of this hole. About a half shot easier for players that, like Brooks Koepka and Shane Lowry, force the issue. The tees aren't up. It's not officially, I would say, drivable, but definitely the aggressive play to push up. And so much of that strategy is dictated kind of by how you're going to dissect the hole here. So let's take you through the hole backwards as to why they're making that decision.
Well, the first thing you ask yourself when you stand on the tee is where's the pin position? Where's the flag cut, the hole location? It's back on this little plateau at the back of the green, which is small. I suppose the flat is about 5 yards by 5 yards. Well, if you can leave yourself a little pitch into that, you've got probably a backspin problem. So I think the percentage players to get as near as you possibly can so you can sort of check one up the slope. So Lowry and Brooks Koepka, I think, is a mare's off. Now Rickie's got to have to play a much higher flighted shot and decide can he carry it and hold it on the plateau. But anything that slips over is a little tricky. So it'll be interesting to see who comes out with a birdie. You'd favour Lowry and Koepka, but Rickie's pretty good with a short iron.
So walk me through the strategy for Rickie Fowler laying up there. Is it just a comfort of the tee shot? Is it, does he feel like there's an advantage in the strength of his game as to why he wants to play it that far back there? Get me into the mind of the player there making that decision.
It's someone who doesn't want to leave himself a little sort of 60-yarder and would prefer to hit one a little firmer, a little harder, and get a bit more backspin on it. In the old days, that's where we would have all done that, because this short little pitch, you couldn't get enough nip on it. The chances are you were just as well off leaving yourself 90 yards as you were leaving yourself 60 yards. But the modern board, you can nip it and spin it a lot more from shorter ranges. One eagle, playing at 3.87. Amazingly 28 bogeys.
And up at the green, Alex Smalley, who chipped in for birdie a moment ago at 7. He goes back-to-back with birdies at 7 and at 8. So Smalley now into a tie for second, just 2 shots back of the lead of Jonathan Vegas, as Rickie has arrived at his golf ball. And we'll see if he can pay off the strategy here, where we had a number of players yesterday lay up back here. There were more bogeys than birdies for the layup shots yesterday here at the 8th, kind of adding to that decision as to whether or not you should push the golf ball up towards the green or not. But you know what?
I like that number, 27.
Sometimes personal comfort will outweigh mathematical advantage.
Well put.
Just a touch of push. Yeah. I don't really want to change. No, I think it's just a solid kind of light one. And we're aiming. Give it some room. Right. I like staying aggressive on the line over here. Once we get here, it's not terrible. Okay.
1, 2, 7, $1.27 all the way to the hole for Rickie. Can fly it there if he wants.
Spinning one, needs a bit of drag on it. Pretty good. It's kind of on the ledge.
Watch the hop here from Shane's tee shot. Takes a hop, goes forward and to the right, and then releases and rolls down into that little depression. And again, Shane can't see that from the tee box. If your ball comes to rest in its own pitch mark, you're entitled to relief, but that is not the pitch mark for Shane Lowry. And Ned, how difficult is this little spot? It's actually going to be Brooks to go quickly.
Yeah, Brooks is going to go ahead. He'll be flighting this one down, a couple of skips. 1, 2. Give me some checkaroo. Oh, but it didn't.
God, I put all the tea in China. That was going to check.
Incredibly unfortunate situation for Shane Lowry, because if it's in your pitch mark, you can take free relief. If it's in someone else's pitch mark, you may not take relief. And had he picked it up, marked it, would have been a penalty.
Does he
thinking
know
that it was his?
I better go and tell him.
I informed him as we were coming up when the rules officials are coming over now.
Yeah, we think it's that one.
Had this situation earlier, actually, this season at the Arnold Palmer Invitational. And so we've seen it before, but it's just absolutely unfortunate.
And that situation, Ned, I remember that one, it was deemed that someone's ball bounced out of their own pitch mark and back into their pitch mark, so then you are entitled from relief. So even if it bounces out and ends up in the hole that you created, you get relief. But we certainly have the video evidence to see that that was not his pitch mark.
I just want to make sure that no unfortunate strokes would be added here. So.
And I know, like, this guy is telling me straight away it's not.
100% not.
But I want to make sure
ball rolled up
with
that in the pool.
Because, like, what happens to the guy that's out at 7:10 with no TV on? I bet you he thinks it's his picture. Now, I'm not saying I want to get a drop. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I mean, if it's.
The fact that they're like.
I mean, there's a referee on every hole here, so.
That's definitely not my pitch mark.
If he's if the ball's rolled,
100%.
that's not.
Okay.
Yeah, so unfortunately, yeah, the ball is just.
That's fine, yeah. My thing is, right, too often played up there, like.
Yeah.
Ned, I'm not sure you're on Shane's Christmas card list for this year.
Problem is, it's all long there.
Well, if he had picked it up and
Yeah, no, you're right.
played it, and then it comes out afterwards that he played it out of the wrong
Probably going to
order.
duck that in the bunker, like, isn't it?
What do you think of that?
And we heard you tell him that 100%, and we just showed the replay for a third time. I mean, it's certain, Ken. I mean, there's
Yes, yeah, there's no doubt about it.
no doubt.
The problem is, if I hit it up where it's going to
All right, so how do you play this? It's like an explosion shot from the fairway.
I just have to hit it where to play my best man, isn't it?
He's analysing what's the best line to take on this exactly right. Play back to the stance, a bit heave-ho.
But what if I go straight? And it just goes over the bar.
Straight as in between the pin and him.
Yeah.
Have you had a look up there?
Yeah. Like, my thing is, if I could get it to 30, 40 feet up there, if I was guaranteed it, but the problem is, if that doesn't count, then it's like, this bunker shot is very easy.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
You know what I mean?
I would, yeah.
Okay.
You happy now? Just take it where it comes.
An opportunity to be amazing.
Well said.
Fuck this place. Fuck.
It's just not a shot you ever have to hit, Ken. I mean, when was the last time you practiced hitting a shot out of a hole? Not a divot, a hole.
What he's trying to do. I thought he'd have a bit more of a heave at it than that.
It's a man battling to make the cut, and it's just the world's most unfortunate situation. Don't have to worry about a small hole there anymore.
I think he just decided to himself he's just going to nudge it back into play, really, leave himself one of his little magical wedge shots.
I mean, one of the first conversations was, well, what if you just really hit this hard and go over the back of the green? Can you get that one up and down for par? And it sounded as if he was more comfortable with the idea of just kind of trying to finesse one up the green, and it just was a shot that just didn't call for any finesse. It called for brutality, as now he has not lost his turn and trying to scramble for par.
Well, karma, he's got one coming. You're going to get a good break somewhere between here and the clubhouse.
It's not one of them.
I mean, that's an incredibly terrible break to land in somebody else's pitch mark from 290 yards away. Come on.
And how that pitch mark isn't at least flattened a little bit after, you know, whoever created the pitch mark, it's not as if that ball went too far past it. Just step on the pitch mark.
And this is good sportsmanship from Rickie. He's going to give Shane time to cool off. He's going to go ahead. Watch this snap. Watch it work to the front of the green.
A very commercial par.
I'm a product of modern analytics, Ken, and I don't feel the play there. At 125 yards in, we saw the shot that even though Brooks Koepka didn't get the check on that golf ball, yeah, I guess you could have driven it in a hole and then you'd have a problem right there, but just never really had a great look at birdie from laying it up outside 100. But still a very steady round of golf as Rickie continues to be somewhat stress-free here on a Friday.
I'm not sure if you all caught Shane's comment. He said, "Oh, what a game I choose to play for a living." Isn't that the truth, Kenny?
Oh, it's so frustrating. He gets to you in the end. He couldn't, could he? Up the slope.
Good there. You're right, Ned. The golf course and the game owes him something in the next hour, and hopefully it's something spectacular.
Give it the old "you're number one" hand sign to the
Yes,
whole
they
crowd.
loved it, didn't they?
Appreciated that.
Didn't work for me.
Well, Brooks has been a little heavy-handed, and if you do that here, you could have run it 30 feet past. This thing is as fast as a first kiss. Here it comes. And there it goes. You have to be so defensive on some of these hole locations out here, don't you, Ken?
Yeah, it's such an interesting pin position, this one. Has to know what the best strategy is. I think Brooks probably had it. I can't believe his ball didn't have a bit of grip on it, but this green does sit a little bit above you, and maybe didn't quite get the contact. So it looks like it's going to be 2 4s and a 5, which you wouldn't have expected.
No. Drove it in the best position, couldn't get it up and down for the birdie. As Koepka strides to the 9th. Still 8 over par. And now the brutal 520-yard behemoth. Wasn't hard enough in 2017. We just scooched that tee back for him here in 2025.
Oh, what a brute it is. Narrows up if you can get up by this bunker, only 27 yards wide the fairway, much wider before that. The flag today on the left-hand side of the green, and it's such a difficult hole. So few birdies on it. 520 yards. I'm not sure whether the tee's up today. It was up a little bit yesterday. A big, big green. I mean, it's a capacious big green. 37 yards deep, 25 yards wide in the centre portion there. But it's divided by lots of little undulations and swale. It's a cracking hole, but it's a long one.
We haven't put the dots on it yet. Do you know how many birdies there have been here today?
2.
2, exactly right. Look at you. Now, 1 for 2 on trivia questions today. I'll make the next one a little bit harder. 2 total birdies for the field so far today in this Friday second round. Maybe Rickie Fowler can squeeze a birdie out of it. And it's been a good start for Rickie. In fact, looking at those out this afternoon, we mentioned the scoring today a little bit easier than it was yesterday, but 2 under par of the late starters right now is the best scorer of those on the golf course. Rickie at -2, several other players, including Alex Smalley near the top of the leaderboard. Ryo Hisatsune is 2 under par as well. Harris English -2. So Rickie Fowler start on the front. One of the best on the golf courses. It looks like it will not be the driver, maybe the mini driver here for Rickie. Assume employing that to try and turn it over, but that is not turned over, and that will be a marathon in from there.
Had one of those digging in bounces as if he might. And a chance of picking up some mud. So Brooks is setting up for his cut at this one. Almost dog legs at past driving distance.
Memory of a goldfish here. Shane Lowry.
Goldfish.
Ever heard that expression? They don't remember anything.
Love the shoes, Shane. Let's go.
The 8th hole, a distant, maybe forgotten memory. And now we'll try and steal a birdie here at 9 to get it right back. The lead is -8. It's Jonathan Vegas leading by 2 at the PGA Championship. Rickie Fowler, Shane Lowry, Brooks Koepka walking down the 9th. Lowry now on the wrong side of the cut number because of a just terrible break at the 8th hole. His tee shot at this reachable par 4. Thought he hit a beauty. Goes to pick up the tee. That's going to be in the right center of the fairway. All is going to be well. A couple of hops, no big deal. Oops. It tries to go subterranean, ends up in a pitch mark, not entitled to relief from there. Trying to debate what to do here. Couldn't really advance the ball forward. We weren't very happy about that moment. Ended up in the bunker. Splashed out from there. Yada, yada, yada. It ended up being a bogey. Shane Lowry not very happy right now. There was a lot of discussion out there. The rules of golf certainly can be tricky at times, but they were applied properly at the 8th, much to the dismay of the man who drew just an absolutely horrid break. For more on that, the man that was right there front and center for it, Ned Michaels. What more do you have for us, Ned?
Well, I spoke with Robert, who was the rules official who made the actual ruling, and then Ken Tackett, who oversees this side of the rules here. And on the 8th hole, Ken's the main man. He informed me that if Shane had taken relief and thought it was his own plug mark, taken a drop, played it, would have been considered a serious breach of the rules and a 2-shot penalty. Now, they no longer do the disqualification, so even if he had gone and signed his scorecard, it would have been a 2-shot penalty. That's my understanding. And Shane had a good point. Like, how am I supposed to know that it's not my own pitch mark? And, of course, we have the video evidence, so the only thing to do is the right thing. And unfortunately for Shane, it was just a heinous break and led to that bogey, but at least he avoided a 2-shot penalty.
Yeah, Ken, it's hard, isn't it, right? The right thing happened even though you are wronged in the situation. And that's just a hard thing for a human to sort of have to swallow in that moment as we watch Rickie Fowler's second shot here at 9. Does it have enough? Boy, how good has he looked on this opening 9?
Very good. Solid, solid stuff. Tiptoeing up the field. 8 under leads. 2-shot leads. So second 6 under par. It's very tight if you get back to 6 under. Who's still in the running?
Looking at the index finger on his left hand. I don't know if it's a blistering situation. That's the knuckle. I'll have what he's having, though. Whatever's in that jug, it's working today.
Okay, carry that lumping.
No, he carries it.
Does he?
Yeah, he'll carry it shot to shot. He doesn't.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, you can never do that. You're putting sort of strain on if you're putting, carrying that thing around.
Ricky Romano does not have to bear the weight of that tumbler.
That looks like a blister or something. Something's twisted. Tiger used to wear a bit of tape around one of his fingers as well.
Come on, Shane.
Right there.
A pretty good kick. It'll just filter off the front.
Perfect tee shot from Brooks Koepka. The ideal angle to get to the flag too.
That for a birdie. And Koepka is 7 shots outside the cut line right now. If it were to stay there or get worse, it would be the widest margin by which Brooks Koepka has ever missed a cut in his majors career. The 2 worst showings were his very first 2 majors when he was a young professional and qualified for the U.S. Open in 2012 and 2013. Missed the cut both of those years by 6 shots. Again, 7 out of the cut number right now. And if you take away those first 2 U.S. Opens, excuse me, it was the U.S. Open in 2012, the Open Championship in 2013. If you take out those 2 missed cuts, since then, Brooks Koepka has more major wins than he does missed cuts.
That's impressive, isn't it? When he saw the winner's enclosure, you got the feeling just he loved it. It was a natural thing for him, which some people are sort of fighting themselves, but it certainly wasn't his case. And when he got a chance, he really stuck in.
3-time champion of this event, most recently just a couple of years ago. Takes a strong man to hoist the big Wanamaker Trophy. He's done it 3 times. Brooks Koepka, one of the greatest champions in this tournament's history.
The player who beat the strongest field in golf to win the 100th PGA Championship, Brooks Koepka.
Trying to win this championship for the 2nd time in 9 months. Going to win it now. It's a Koepka coronation. Koepka conquers the PGA at Oak Hill.
And you think about who he conquered in those wins. Held off a rising into form Tiger Woods in 2018, dueled Dustin Johnson amongst others at Bethpage in 2019, and then a hard-charging Scottie Scheffler and Victor Hovland at Oak Hill just a couple of seasons ago. He's arguably the greatest major player of his generation. Obviously, Rory McIlroy has matched him with 5 majors because of his Masters victory, but to hear Brooks Koepka just matter-of-factly talk about why he feels like he's suited to win majors, sort of dismissing many of his peers out there for buying into the pressure of not focusing on the strengths and the traits that are necessary to win it. You look at that scoring average in PGA Championship history. He's a big game hunter.
Absolutely. With 3 PGA wins, there's only 3 players that have won it more times. Tiger Woods, Jack Nicklaus, and Walter Hagen. So he's in pretty elite company.
Such an important win for him 2 years ago, as his game, his health all sort of came back together, and you thought this was going to be the start of another major type performance for Brooks Koepka, but it has not been a good run of the majors since that win at Oak Hill. No top 10 since. A missed cut at the Masters this past April. Last year in the 4 majors, nothing in the top 25. A couple of T26s at Valhalla at this PGA Championship and at the U.S. Open at Pinehurst. He appears to be on his way to maybe even a historic gap by his lofty standards to miss the cut here this week. All right, First check of the golfing guides trying to even things out for Shane Lowry.
There's the two birdies. Someone chipped in and someone's knocked it very close to the cup. So we've got two chances coming up here inside 25 feet.
One of these has to go in, right?
You'd have thought.
Not going to be the one that does. Front nine playing 0.6 of a shot over par, and Rickie Fowler now has a putt to go out in 32.
I think this is a slightly easier angle to putt from than Brooks's. A little easier to see the break. Just get the feeling that Rickie's doing. There's a lot of things going on upstairs. He was such a natural, talented player that played the game his own way, and I think he's got trying this and trying that and feeling this, particularly with his putting. He was outstanding. Had one of the best putting strokes, and he's still got a good putting stroke, but one of the best there's ever been. Big Bear is, you feel he's a little bit grisly at the moment. If he pops this one in. Well done, Shane. 8-2 putt. A settler.
Things still to come on the back nine, you would imagine, for Shane Lowry, but he's on the wrong side of the cut number at this moment as Rickie Fowler ties up that 33. A very sporty start for Rickie Fowler, who's played his way inside the number and now turns, maybe trying to get himself closer to the top. As the PGA of America and our more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals welcome you to this PGA Championship, ESPN Plus and the PGA of America combining to bring you coverage of the 107th playing of the PGA Championship. We love this game. You know who loves the game right now? Rickie Fowler. He has certainly found it today at Quail Hollow Club. On the front nine, Ken Brown, this was after a wonderful shot from the rough up over the trees. Used the backstop to get things going with this birdie effort. He had missed 3 of his first 4 fairways in this round of golf, including over at the 5th, and then from the bunker here, trying to keep a solid start going. This was a touch of class.
Delightfully played from Rickie Fowler, quite a deep bunker.
And then really couldn't draw much better pathway to birdie like this one at 7. Striped the tee shot. This one was right on line. Wouldn't climb the hill, but left it where you're supposed to leave it on this par 5 green. And Rickie would navigate it up the slope for his birdie. And there you see it, even par, making the turn. Tied for 53rd. His path to the weekend more clear than the other 2 at this point in time as they've walked over to the tee at the 10th. Longest hole on the property, this par 5 making the turn.
Still a great opportunity for a birdie. go down the left, and the fairway tilts from the left to right. Second shot down the slope to a green that's on a couple of levels, pin on the right side today. There's a little run in, a little sort of hog's back, but there's a flat bit that you can scoot the ball down. Missing left or right, you get gathered into the little hollow. The one on the right is pretty tricky. Get down there, it's well below the putting surface and sort of chipping up to the green, which is running away from you. So if you're going to miss the green, left side is a little easier than on the right. But very much a birdie chance. One of the easier holes on the golf course. And you feel under a bit of pressure there. You know, if I don't birdie some of the fives, there's your real scoring holes on this golf course, the ones that give you a real opportunity. The par fours are so long and testing. The par threes, I mean, they're long as well. That's a real modern golf course.
Two under in the par fives this week for Rickie Fowler. Just waiting for the last approach shots to be played from the fairway in front of them so they can clear the traffic and begin this inward nine. We mentioned in the middle of this sort of scoreable stretch, and in this second round today, Ken, this is really where you can get to work, because you have 4 of the 7 easiest holes on the property to start this back nine, and even with 12 and 13 somewhat difficult, they aren't necessarily the brutal test that we have at the Green Mile. So you see all of the birdies this week, 99 of them, 3 eagles, including a couple of chip-in eagles earlier today. If you want to make some hay and you're playing well, the next hour and a half for Rickie Fowler, you could easily gain 2 or 3 more shots and put yourself in championship contention.
Good start. A little unlucky hitting a little upslope near the sprinkler head. Not running very far, but okay. Good spot. It's one of these holes straight. You've got to get on the tee. Am I going to just work my ball a little bit from right to left, or am I going to hit it with a bit of cut off the left bunker?
Koepka's had horrible starts to both nines this week. He's played 10 and 1, 4 over par combined in 3 trips. This is a little better start. Should hold the left side of the fairway.
That's in a perfect spot.
Shane just trying to create some positive momentum on this inward nine. 9 holes to go. Will they be the last 9 for some of this group, or the jump start to a big weekend?
Golf, it turns out, is really about math. You hear that, kids? Pay attention in class. Who knows if one day you'll need to know that it's 176 to the pin, but only 153 to the front, and 151 to a landing spot on the edge that will take enough off the shot for it to settle close enough for a makeable putt. It's a numbers game.
Darn right, it's a numbers game. The number to pay attention to are those in the middle of your screen. Surging rounds today by Max Homa and Matthew Pavon. 64 and 65 with a double bogey at his last hole of the day. A 70 from Jonathan Vegas. He could only advance his lead number from the opening round one more shot today. He leads by 2 over Pavon and Alex Smalley, who was on the golf course. Max Homa in a group tied for 4th. And you see the struggles after the opening round for those inside the top 10 in the official world golf rankings, finding their way to the top of this leaderboard. Although we've seen a little bit of a shift today with some bigger names. Will we have a big name charge this afternoon, and will those big names be able to play the weekend? Cut right now still at +1. It's a coin flip right now whether it's going to stay at +1 or still fall to +2 later on today, especially when you get some groups that are finishing up on the back. Couldn't imagine being on the cut number. We might see it play out, Ken Brown, right in front of us. A player like Shane Lowry, you could be sitting right at +1 entering the green mile, needing pars or better for a Saturday tee time.
That's so true on this golf course. A lot of things can change on the closing holes on both 9, so interesting to see which way it goes. Just noticed Shane's ball's got, I wouldn't say a lot of mud on it, but it's got certainly a wipe of mud.
It's going to be an issue, Ken. There's no doubt. It's just enough, and it's on the front of it, right in the smack middle. All right, Ken, let's walk through this decision. Call it 280 yards to the front edge. If there's a breeze, it's into their face, so 285 to get it all the way to the front.
Well, you want to be carrying that front bunker, wouldn't you? It's about 260 to carry that. If you can get on there and get a bit of a shoot forward, it's a narrow target. What you don't want to do is hoik it away to the right, because if you do that, the chances of getting down into a slim. He's got his mini driver out on an upslope, so obviously going to have a cut at it.
You know, as these clubs have gotten bigger, so much of the modern swing is swinging up on the golf ball when you have a tee underneath it. This is a totally different shot with a big piece of technology on the end of a stick. What's the key to, even though it's a smaller headed driver, it's still a big piece of lumber that you're trying to compress the golf ball with. What's the key to this shot?
Well, he's fortunate he's on a little upslope, so he'll be able to sort of hit down enough to spin it up in the air. But with the old wooden drivers, a shot like this there's so few players that could hit a wooden driver off the deck at all. Mr. O'Connor scene he was on, but with the modern club, it's much easier to get the ball up. The slightly less spinning ball makes it a little easier, but you've still got to get the right contact. It's easy when you're trying to thump it a long way, just sort of fall back a fraction, hit it a little bit skinny, shove it out to the right.
And Rickie's ball actually is sitting down in a little bit of a depression, Ken. And the ball is, call it mid-shin high above his feet. It'd be easy to try to go down after it, get that heel in front first and squish it out to the right.
That makes his shot selection a little easier. If it was hitting nicely, you might try and hit the absolute Sunday best high flying shot. And then it's easy to miss hit it as well. So it's a squirty sort of shot then.
You don't want to miss it right over in the rough because of this whole location. No way to hold the green.
I mean, if you put it in the bunker that's short of the green, about 18, 20 yards, it's also quite a difficult splash shot. But he may think he can carry that, and I think he can if he gets hold of it.
They're waiting up ahead for the green to clear because Alex Smalley's had a good go here at this par 5. Was just off of the edge of the green in a couple of shots, was able to putt it up to this point. That's a 3-footer for birdie, and Alex Smalley is now an outright second at 7 under par with 3 birdies in his last 4 holes. He exits stage right, and the stage now belongs to Rickie Fowler.
A long driver with the ball above your feet when you're a Smalley.
Absolutely brilliant looking shot.
Hold your line.
Stay up. Oh, you can't not reward that strike.
Stuck right there. Wow.
I mean, that gave me the tingly winglies.
It was a beauty, wasn't it?
That was so good.
Yeah. Perfect flight to draw it out of that lie was terrific.
Shane does have the launching pad. Ball above his feet on an upslope. It just depends on what the mud's going to do.
Good line. Nothing. It went absolutely dead straight. Will he get a nice forward bounce?
Would you rather have that shot where Shane is, or be down in the swale for Rickie? You're giving up a lot of distance, but
it's touch and go. It's a very awkward little chip. Just where Rickie's got to play, there's 2 sprinkler heads there, and if they're in his way, the choice could be a putter if you can get a putter to it, avoiding those sprinklers.
First time that Fowler's been way out in front of Lowry. Now today for Brooks, it doesn't have the compression that it normally does.
Yes, when Brooks is playing well, he gets that noise that Ernie Els and Vijay Singh and Tiger used to get. Absolute flush. When you look at someone hear it, you think, oh man, you can hear it between the different players.
Speaking of absolute flushing, how about this catnip right here?
Oh, this is top of the tree stuff. Absolutely. He's trying to swing a little bit more upright recently. It's hard to change the swing. That's absolutely magnificent. Very unfortunate. If it had been 2 yards to the left, that ball would have carried straight on. He just caught that little gathering slope. And that straight run in is about 8 yards wide.
So here's where all of the second shots today have wound up. You see the 2 eagles have come from players that were on the green. There's also a yellow circle down below where Brooks Koepka's ball is. That's from a Cam Smith chip in, which was one of the best highlights of the day. I mean, one of the best in the world around the greens, and made a very difficult shot look a little bit easier than it needed to be. Rickie Fowler's ball racing down a little bit of that slope as well, and Shane Lowry back a little ways here at the par 5. Will be first to play when they get up to their golf balls. What Brooks Koepka would do right now to match that Cameron Smith hole out and keep what glimmer of hope there is alive.
That's the beauty of golf. A good little one can beat a good big one sometimes. A lot of sports these days, mind you, it's moving away from that, I have to say, golf. But in the old days, everyone had a chance if they had a good short game and could manage their game, strategize. And Rickie's been one of those people that has managed to do that.
Well, if you look at the success of all 3 of the players in this group, I know Rickie doesn't have the major championships that the other 2 sort of have, but there are 3 very different golfers in this group that have all been able to rise to being top 10, in some cases top 5 players in the world. You've got the modern athletic sort of brute strength of Brooks Koepka. You've got a player in Shane Lowry, a bit of a throwback, right? Likes to work the ball, shots, beautiful touch around the greens. Rickie Fowler's kind of been a 5-tool player in a lot of respects through his career, but I think doesn't get enough credit for how good of a closer he is on the greens, and putting and chipping, and the precision that it's taken from a guy who's been, I think, to golf fans, we've known about Rickie Fowler dating all the way back to his days at Oklahoma State in college, but 3 very different golfers that have had and reached the highest levels of success.
Yeah, that is the beauty of the game, that Gary Player could compete with Jack Nicklaus. And Shane doesn't spend the time in the gym that Brooks Koepka does. Whether that's a bit of insight or just a hunch.
Ken, you said earlier, is like an artist with a paintbrush. Let's see if he can get the right stroke. 50 yards total.
Just didn't get the contact. It just sounded a little bit scuffy. A well struck one there would have gripped a little bit more.
And you see how far that ball releases, why the shots coming up for Rickie and Brooks are so difficult. Everything running away from this edge of the green towards the back and the middle portion of the putting surface.
Pitched it in the perfect spot. And where the flag is cut today, the front of the green faces you and the back of it from that flag runs away. Such an awkward spot.
Just hate to see that second shot wasted, but he was trying to play the high clipper and just kind of thudded into it, didn't he?
I don't know whether that sprinkler head was in the way, because quite a few people have putted from down there. It's very awkward.
There's an example. The putter.
The tendency here is to hit it too hard because you're worried it won't rumble through this first cut.
Still a lickety split, a little 4.5, 5 footer.
And although Brooks might miss the cut, we don't know what the odds on it. He will miss the cut. If you can play a nice back 9 holes and come back in 34 or something, 33, it gives you confidence moving on. Get a few good solid tee shots.
He's got 2 top 10s this year on the Live Golf Tour, but has not been a dominant force, although that's kind of been much of his MO, right? He would show up at majors and just be head and shoulders above so many that week, and then the rest of the season just kind of find ways to peak going into those 4 big tournaments every year.
Yeah, it was like he had a secret. He came to the majors, he treated it like a normal tournament, that's what he said anyway. And it's 5 majors is a pretty good haul, isn't it?
5 more than me.
Okay, Mr. Lowry. Time to turn a little bit of that pain into some poetry here, Ken. Uphill, drifting left to right. Just get it to the hole. It's a little slower than it looks.
There still appears to be just a bit of mental scar tissue from the bad break at 8. And I know it's, any golfer that's had success in between the years will say you just have to forget about it. You got to focus on the next thing. It's easier said than done. You're an emotional person, but it feels as if there needs to be a slight little recalibration, reset, as Rickie can't pour that one in. And that's disappointing after that wonderful second shot.
Ken, we've hit a lot of good shots, high quality shots on this hole, to only really have one potential birdie now.
Yeah, Rickie's was pretty unlucky. Then he also went down by that little, where the drain is down there, the nasty downslope, as well as being the ball below his feet, made it very awkward for him. Now, when he was winning, he just walked up to these and whacked them in, and they didn't just dribble in the front edge, they just battered in the back of the cup. Straight down the slope, pretty slick.
That one actually, as soon as it hit it, I don't think he pushed it. It actually darted to the right.
It looked like that, Ned, for sure.
Presses out the toe and hits. Ooh. Presses out the toe and then hits it out the middle of the putter. Quite unusual. He's always done that.
Yeah, that was a good angle. It definitely looked like he started a little bit farther right than he wanted. And then it did do the dive. So all three of these players, after finding the fairway, make 5. That is not the start you want to the back 9, with a couple of really beefy par 4s now coming up.
The dog leg to the left this time. There's 5 of those on the golf course. This is number 11. Second shot plays a little uphill to the pin that's on the right side, just on a knuck, a little crest. So everything this side of the cup faces this way, but everything other side of the cup slopes to the back of the green. So very difficult to get it right on the. It's not a rise. It's not a ridge or anything. So it's getting close to it tricky. If you don't quite get it in the right spot, it makes putting quite tricky.
Longest hitters in the field have been able to take on the bunkers down the left-hand side. About, well, I'd say a little less than 10% of the field have the power to be able to challenge that line left. Rickie Fowler does not qualify as one of those players, so this becomes a little bit of a trickier threading, doesn't it?
Well, this is the mini driver again, and he's teed it up a little bit more, which is exactly what he does when he wants to try to draw it.
It's like the tee ball at 9. He tried to draw it, and it just flutters out to the right, and that is a little ways back.
I reckon that's 100 yards behind where Brooks Koepka. I'm sorry, no. Bryson DeChambeau hit it this morning.
Hey, I'll like where that one ends up.
Just like Ken used to hit him back in the day.
You know, Ken, I felt like the wind was left to right, but Darren just threw up some blades of grass here on the tee, and it actually came back into his face from the right.
Chasing that one for Shane. Pumps it out there. Fowler will be a long ways back. All three of these players looking to build some back 9 momentum on a Friday afternoon.
He's 200 today, doesn't he?
Alex Smalley coming off birdie at 10. Looking for another one here at 11. He's ahead of our featured group. And one of the hottest rounds on the golf course. One of 4 players that has gotten it to 3 under par on this afternoon wave. He flubbed his chip for eagle, Ken, at 7. And short memory before this birdie effort.
And that was after missing that very short putt on the 6th for his par. That was a nice turnaround. And at the 8th.
Delicious little speed there. It's for back-to-back birdies. Not cracking a smile, staying right in the midst. Duke product. And a lot of Carolina rooting interest here in the Charlotte area for him, who was first alternate when the week began and was the recipient of a spot when a neck injury forced Sahith Theegala to withdraw on Wednesday. And Alex Smalley, who by scoring average standards is top 10 on the PGA Tour this year in scoring. When you look at strokes gained total, he's played very good golf. The only thing that hasn't happened is he just hasn't put together 4 great rounds in 1 week. Well, if you're going to pick a week to do it, why not a major? As Smalley is now solo second with that par at 11, 7 under par, 1 back of the lead of Jonathan Vegas. As they exit 11, we look back into the fairway and that first cut down the right-hand side, and knew that Rickie Fowler was going to have a little ways in, just inside 200 coming up for Rickie after 2 wonderful drives alongside him by Shane Lowry and Brooks Koepka.
Tightest pin we've had all week, 20 on 4 from the right, sorry, 3 from the right-hand side, so only 9 feet from the right edge of the green, so a long way to come in from. If you're going to get close to that flag, you'd have to take a bit of a risk.
Almost feels like some rain's trying to sneak up on us. The temperature's dropped a little bit and a cool breeze has appeared. The humidity's vanished. So for Fowler, you said it, just right at 200 yards. I don't know if you want to take this one on, Ken. That seems a little bit too bold. And he said, you know what? Hold my Coca-Cola, because he's going right at it.
Oh, that's world-class plus. That was a magnificent shot. Ball above his feet, just put a bit of cut spin, holding it to the slope on the green.
Yeah, he's hit 9 of 11 greens so far today, guys, and has gained over 2 shots on approach. That's going to go up here in a second. The irons, it's been an absolute laser show from Rickie Fowler today on approach. Can't say the same for Koepka.
This would be a little floating 9-iron. It's trying to grab the right side.
He's missed in some awkward spots, hasn't he? It's tough, the resignation, right? Just, you know, at this sort of juncture, you can try and fight all you want, but you got to birdie them all on the way in with the green mile to close. Friday afternoons can be 2 very different types of rounds of golf in the same group.
Let's see that low slashing fade, Ken, from Lowry here. He's on the down slope. He can flight this.
That's what he was trying to do.
No slice, but it shouldn't terribly hurt him, but that's not going to be a likely birdie make as they walk up to the green here at this par 4 11th. You can hit the green at the PGA Championship with ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Start off the tournament with $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code BIRDIE to get started today. You can also take a look at live odds. And you've watched every single shot of Shane Lowry, so maybe you're thinking, maybe I get a live action on Shane Lowry to make the cut. The cut is +1 right now. Lowry in this group is 2 over par with that bad break at 8, pushing him on the wrong side of the cut number, but you're saying, oh, I know he's due for something good to happen today. Well, head on over to the ESPN Bet Sportsbook, and maybe your belief in the 2019 Open champion could pay off here on Friday. So much management, Ken, of the course this week, but we've seen in this group today the management of your emotions are a big part of round of golf in any major championship week.
You've got to try and keep a level head and keep concentrating. Just do the same thing time and time again. Not easy when you get some bad breaks. Long rounds of golf as well. It's hard to keep your concentration. Keep so focused. I just see Rory McIlroy's moved to 3 under to even par. It's Shane's best mate.
Scotty Scheffler's moved to 4 under par for the tournament, 2 under today, as well as those big names continue to make a move. And that's about all Brooks Koepka had there, unless the flag stick got in the way.
Once you know the inevitable, you're going to miss the cut. It's so hard to remain absolutely focused on it.
It's a lonely feeling, isn't it, Ken?
It is, yeah. Made all the effort, practice rounds, practice putting, chat with the coach, everything you do, fitness work. And some weeks it comes to absolutely nothing, but that's part of the game. Brooks came over to the European Tour and started on our Challenge Tour. Then he won in Turkey. That was his first victory. And suddenly, I remember playing the 18th. I was out with his group, and he thought, "My goodness, this bloke's a brave chap." It was a par 5 with a horrible, horrible green over water. Ripped his drive and hit a 5-iron into the middle of it. He thought, "This lad can play."
He won the Sir Henry Cotton Rookie of the Year award that year, didn't he?
Exactly right. My old friend, Sir Henry Cotton, 3-time Open champion. He did a lot of stuff for golf. Started our golf foundation, where gives youngsters a start to play. He was the Rookie of the Year award, plus many other things.
Bite.
Ken, if I'm not mistaken, you spent time, didn't you, in Spain, maybe? Portugal, with
yeah.
Sir Henry Cotton.
Yeah, yes, I used to go and visit him in the winter. He said, "Come over, you can stay at Penina."
How about that, Will? Imagine learning from Sir Henry Cotton.
I just want to go hang out in the Portuguese shore and watch the surfers.
Yeah, down in the Algarve. It's absolutely beautiful in Portugal. Not quite as warm as it is here today. Right, come on, Rickie.
For a couple years, he was the best putter on the PGA Tour, ranked #1. And then when he started to try to change his swing, his putting deteriorated a bit. And people asked, well, is it because you're not practicing enough? And he said even when he was the best putter in the world, the best putter on the PGA Tour, he only practices putting for 10 to 15 minutes a day.
He just had it. It was a natural, wasn't he? That lovely flowing stroke. So that looks easy.
All but assured now. So the question is, how far off will it end up being for Brooks Koepka? Put a lot of work in at the beginning of this week, really searching for some stuff on the range. He had the full posse out, trying to get the ball to fall the right way. It just has not been effective for Koepka, who's going to miss his first ever PGA Championship cut.
It was that urgency kind of work, though, wasn't it?
Shane doesn't have a lot of wiggle room here.
Well, this putt doesn't have a lot of wiggle either. But it will just be a delicate little nudge of the ball because it is fire fast coming down.
All right, pars at 10 and 11. One of the hardest fairways to hit is 12, and one of the hardest holes in the golf course today, Ken, because of where they have put this flagstick.
Yeah, it's a real snorter on the front of the green there on the left-hand corner. There's a little slope behind it. Anything coming up shy of 4 yards short of the flag, it gets drawn off right off the front of the green. So it's so important to find the fairway. And if you can do that, you've got half a chance you can use the slope behind. But if you miss the fairway, it's a bit awkward. Bogey's coming from the rough. Someone hit a very short drive. As we go back to the tee, and it's a narrow fairway, one of the narrowest on the golf course, and it sort of sits straight at you. It's awkward. If you push it or pull your tee shots, you're almost certain to get sort of stuck slightly behind a tree. It really is a cracking hole. Elevated tee, look down on the fairway. You can see the green in the distance, see where the flag is. It's one of my favourites. See, it's a little bit claustrophobic from here.
We're reinventing TV right now in front of everybody's eyes. It was your idea to show the hole to everybody at home backwards, because with a hole location like this today, the players think backwards, don't they, to this tee shot of what do I need to do given where this hole is cut today.
Well, that's exactly right. When a pro golfer stands on the first tee, he's probably already looked at the pin position sheet, knows where it is, but you need to know where the flag is. That dictates your strategy. So it starts and you think, well, I need to get it the right side of the fairway. On this fairway, you're not worried whether it's right or left, as long as it is on the fairway.
We should get a technical Emmy for this. Backwards hole flyovers.
Going that mini driver again, didn't love the strike.
I mean, he's tried to turn it over today, and it just isn't. I mean, it's hanging right. That one was blocked and hanging right.
It's a frustrating feeling, but sometimes if you can break through and you can start to feel like you're firing your hands a little bit, that's freeing. And then you start to see it turn over.
If you are going to miss this fairway today, right is far better than left. Left is, you're almost signing up for a bogey if you put it in the left rough today.
He throttled that tee shot back on 11, and he's matched it here on 12.
174 miles an hour. So as you say, just a little bit off full power, 80%. Nicely played.
Be curious to know, if this is struck well, what Brooks's ball speed is.
.175, Ned.
A couple of times today, Brooks has blasted it past Shane, but Shane's been right there with him every step of the way.
The bank was open down the left-hand side as that caroms back out in the fairway. Well, that's what they're playing for. Wanamaker Trophy. Jonathan Vegas leads at 8 under par, a round of 70 today. His 64 yesterday, matched earlier today by Max Homa, who is 5 under par, tied for 4th and 3 shots back on a golf course where he has won before. Has Max Homa found the form to perhaps be a major champion this weekend?
You have like a relationship with golf, and I give it like every ounce of my heart that I can. I'm with it all day. And then you go when it matters and it's just not good. It feels like you're just getting punched in the gut over and over again. So it just felt like a toxic relationship, but it's not one that I'm willing to stop trying at. It's kind of like the classic I'll fix you relationship. You know, I just want to be good at this so badly, but today was the first day where it felt like I put it together.
Holy smokes, Max. You gotta be kidding me.
Drove the ball really well, so gave myself a lot of opportunities to hit greens and made a couple long putts, chipped in, and hit a driver to 2 feet. So it makes it easy to shoot 7 under when you do that. You know, we get to play here every year, and I've done pretty well here. It's just nice to get in a bit of a rhythm.
His only top 10 in the last year came on this golf course on the PGA Tour last season. Max Homa, who had a stretch earlier this season where he missed 5 consecutive cuts, tied for 12th at the Masters, his best performance of the season. It was kind of like last year for Max as well. His best performance was early in the year at a major at the Masters, but he's won here before, and that outward 30 today on that back 9 was a touch of class from Max Homa. And we will see if it is the return to form for Homa or a blip coming up this weekend. But it has been a fantastic start. As our focus now back on our featured group, 2 in the fairway, but Rickie Fowler well off the path here down the right-hand side and maybe blocked out from the green as well.
Yeah, there's 3 trees on this hole. There was one on the big one on the right and 2 on the left that are the key to the hole.
Rather be a little short here than get it passed up on top of that ridge, right? Yeah, I agree. Okay.
What's the news, Nate?
This is so gross. Nothing good working in Rickie's favor. Has to thread the needle of those 3 trees.
Got it.
Keep it under the canopy of the big oak in front of him, and he has an enormous clump of dirt on the ball, front and left. Who knows? 145, that's all the way to the hole.
Pretty smart play, I'd say, that one.
Now the question, can he get it up to this hole location? We've seen players today. Victor Hovland was one of them. It took 3 chips and kept coming back to his feet here at the 12th. It's protected hole location. Brooks Koepka is racing towards the parking lot.
Pitching wedge on the way.
Perfect. That's the way to do it. How strong his arms are. I think he could beat me in an arm wrestle, no problem.
I don't know, Kenny. Just inside of $130 for Shane, but it plays 5 yards uphill.
Go, go.
That's a gem right there. And a great look to get inside the cut number for Shane Lowry with a birdie here at the 12th hole, as we've been watching Brooks Koepka and the trouble with the putter, but a putting style and feature that has become very common, more in his routine. We go to the PGA of America Coaching Center and our PGA pro Joe Hallett for more on BK's putting.
How do we say this? We know that tour pros are superstitious, but we are also slaves to a process. And that process helps us understand pressure more and more. There's one thing for anybody that's watched Brooks Koepka for a long time, as Brooks takes his practice strokes, and he has those last couple in there. The putter goes over here and he wipes the face off. He learned that years ago from Warren Bodke, PGA Master Professional, said you never know what your face of the putter can pick up. There could be a little piece of sand. So always the same routine, couple of practice strokes, one wipe of the face, and he's off. Well, I know the face was clean. Maybe the grip is loose.
Thanks, Pro.
Yeah, putting setup routine, or your full shot setup routine, is absolutely critical. I mean, that's one of the things I learned from Sir Henry Cotton, is that you've got to have a consistent routine. You do it time and time again. As we look at the line.
Yeah, this is the routine back on 11 as they're just getting to the green here at 12. There was that wipe of the face as he's striding into the putt. Ed mentioned earlier about that index finger. He's had that right index finger down the shaft of the putter for years now, but you see, routine or not, the putter has not behaved so far this week. That's a nice little dead-handed pitch up the hill from Rickie Fowler.
It's a sort of milky sunshine this afternoon. It's not absolutely, well, it's pretty warm, but it's not blazing hot.
Yeah, there's a pretty big complex of storms that are going to pass well to the north of Charlotte, in the northern sections of North Carolina, that we're hoping doesn't dump any rain on us overnight. But on the backside of the front that's passing through tomorrow, it's going to be a little bit cooler, and it is going to be gusty in the afternoon as we do some manicuring here. The green at 12. And we'll watch this Koepka putting routine.
He doesn't mess around, does he? He's not a huge green reader. He picks his line and trusts his stroke. Ball goes down. Same as he did on the 11th. Up the putter will go. Give it a wipe. Two little feely practice putting strokes.
That is not part of the routine.
No. Oh, well done.
Well, this green looks like the PGA Frisco Center, doesn't it? A lot of humps and bumps and swales and hills, and Koepka navigates them all for a birdie here at 12. A perfect marriage. And just a little shake of the head now. Just wondering, really? Now they go in? That's a good par from Rickie Fowler. Needed to keep this bogey-free card going with 13 still a challenge in front, but then 14 and 15 a chance to get clear of that cut line before you get into the green mile. So very important to not put a bogey on the card there.
Big gallery here. And it's hard not to cheer for Shane Lowry.
This is not
there are a lot of people waiting to see this one disappear.
Have they had a half a shandy?
I believe they're trying to drink all the shandy.
Love that one. That was not your average 5-footer. A lot of snap in that one. Lowry trying to register a little bit of a grin. He's in for birdie. He's back on the proper side of the cut number, which is going to be +1. It just continues to be solidified at that number with players on the golf course not encountering the same issues that we saw late in the day yesterday. And they go over to the new look 13th this year. They moved the tee box over here. The hole technically shorter in distance, but because it's uphill, Ken, it's a very different look and a challenging tee shot.
Surprisingly few birdies on the hole today, because the right-hand pin is a lot easier to get at than the left-hand pin. You've got to get it in pretty close range. Yeah, it's a good hole. You can't really, we certainly can't see the back of the putting surface. You can see the front of it. Sits above you, probably half a club uphill.
Well, Alex Smalley, who is coming off a bogey at 12, has missed the green at 13, so he's gonna have to make that one to avoid back-to-back bogeys after getting it within one of the Vegas lead, which is returned to 2 shots here on a Friday afternoon.
Okay, Will, let me give you some positive vibes, okay? Graham Dillette told me in 2017, the PGA here on Saturday, starting on 13, he nearly made an ace. Just dangled it on the edge. Next hole, 14, the drivable par 4, he hits the flag with his drive, makes eagle. Eagles 15, and then birdies 16. And he went from outside the top 40 to inside the top 10. He eventually finished inside the top 10 for the week. So let's just try to harness a little bit of that as we head to the clubhouse.
So birdie, eagle, eagle, birdie would be a 6 under par stretch if Brooks Koepka were to do that. Coming off of the birdie at 12, it would get him within 1 of the cut number. So you're saying there's a chance?
There's always a chance, right, Ken?
Yes, and these holes do offer chances, without any doubt. As I said, the 13th is not an easy 2, but it's certainly doable. 14 offers a relatively easy birdie, so does the 15th, and then you play the green mile. It offers a lot. I think Brooks is not 100%. That's the second time he looks like he's resting something.
A couple of Hail Marys down there maybe too to try and
yeah, a bit late for that too.
Conjure some help, isn't there? But yeah, you're right. Allergies have really affected a lot of players this week as well, so you just don't know what everybody might be battling. As Rory McIlroy, who joined Brooks Koepka with 5 majors, is making his own move today. They got the memo on the burnt orange tops. This was at the 2nd from 12 feet away. Walked that one in. Rory making the charge he needed to make after beginning the day 3 over par. This was at 7. Took advantage of his length of the par 5. Rolled that one in. Rory, one of 4 players on the golf course who is 3 under par in the round today. Why? Because he got it nearly greenside at 8 and then showed off the touch here at the short par 4. He would make that for birdie, so Rory has gone from outside the cut number to inside the cut number. And if you could match 32 on the front with, say, 32 or 33 on the back, then all of a sudden Rory McIlroy on a golf course where he has won 4 times would certainly be a factor to try and win this championship yet again. 2-time PGA champion Alex Smalley well ahead of Rory McIlroy in the leaderboard, but leaking oil right now. This to avoid back-to-back bogeys. Got it.
Very classy. He's got the look of a person who knows what he's doing on the greens this week. Looks like his confidence more. He looks like he's reading the greens well. Got a nice touch.
Hey, Ken.
That's Ned.
As we're sitting here, can you tell me a Sir Henry Cotton story?
Sir Henry? Oh, let me have a quick think about that. I mean, Sir Henry Cotton did absolutely everything in the world of golf. He could tell stories about Harry Vardon. He could tell stories. In fact, his wife had lessons off of Harry Vardon. He knew Walter Hagen well, who was one of his favourites, because Walter was a bit of a rebel of his time. But he had 2 or 3 good stories about Walter Hagen. It was a joy of joy sitting with him in the evenings, and he was so kind and generous to help me with my game and help me not so much with technicalities but of how to conduct yourself. He said, why don't you go? We went to a hat shop in Portimao and we bought 10 hats. He said, if you wear a different one every day with a hat, people will remember you for something. And you see that with different players. Like you've got to do such a small thing to make people smile. Someone like Miguel Angel Jimenez, just a joy bloke with got his cigar and his glass of red wine. And Shane Lowry is another player. You just have to warm to their character because they're honest with themselves and something to tag a story with. And Henry had a lot of stones that he turned in his life and he passed them on.
How aggressive do you want to be here? That's the question for Shane, and this is headed to the left center of the green.
I think he hit his spot dead on, didn't he? Like he was looking there, just middle of the green, accept the putt, and then let's go have some fun on 14 and 15.
If you're short and right here, it'll come all the way back down. That right bunker's okay, but long of the green is absolutely brutal.
That's going to be in the bunker.
A little bit of movement on the flag, Ned.
Just a bit at the player's back. I don't think it affected that shot. Rickie would be feeling just as happy coming off of that par as Brooks and Lowry with the birdies. This is laboring a bit, needs to carry.
That was quick in transition, it looked like, Ken, and not good contact either. I don't know how much traffic there's been in the front left bunker today, but I think it's pretty well manicured down there. Rickie's scrambling, just trying to get to the scoreable stretch here in the back nine. A lot of big names, major champions, PGA champions on the wrong side of the cut number that has stayed, with the exception of about a 5-minute period of time, it stayed right at +1 today. And while we thought that there might be fire in this golf course to move it to +2, that does not appear to be the case at this moment, as we're with our featured group here at this par 3 13th hole. Two very different bunker shots coming up. You see how relatively easy it's been to get up and down from that bunker that Brooks Koepka is in, especially with him on the upslope. But on the other hand, Rickie Fowler is down in the land of Bogey Town.
This is where the bogey monster lives. Is that what you're telling me?
0 for 2. The other two unfortunate souls that have been down here today. But Ken Brown and I were talking in the break, Ned. I mean, that was just a really bad swing by Rickie Fowler at an inopportune time.
And for a man who has played the par 3s relatively well. You know, a couple of years ago, around the greens, there weren't many better. When he got back in the winner's circle, he was in the top 20. Good news is he's below the putting surface, so this will come off low anyway. Should be able to chase it back there. Nothing wrong with that, Ken.
Just a tricky distance, wasn't it? What you can't see is that bunker's a little bit deeper than it looks from TV.
Now this is one you could make.
Needs to make it. Walk me through, Ken, the difference there. From my layman golf perspective, you sort of know the shot that Brooks Koepka has to hit, right? You're on an upslope, you're going to get it up, you're going to let the slope do it, you're just hitting in the same spot. But Rickie Fowler kind of had options, right? You could fly it there, you could chunk and run it, you could do a number of things. How does that go into the decision making, and what is the comfortable way of reaching that decision of how to play that shot?
Well, a sort of 25-yard bunker shot, you're more often than not playing some sort of a percentage shot. You're not trying to, because you could flick one up in the air and get it to grip very quickly, particularly out of this sand, but that's not the percentage plays. You're sort of playing a standard splash shot, trying to just get a little bit nearer to the ball. We're not getting too steep on it. You don't want to go down on it, and it pops up in the air and goes halfway. So every little bunker shot has its idiosyncrasies, and you've got to play it slightly tactically as well. What's the percentage way of playing it? Give you the best opportunity to get down in two without taking an unnecessary risk. This looks pretty shiny down here, Ned.
You know, Ken, I think we're getting ready to find out if the greens still have the speed or if their humidity has sapped them a little bit. This putt will absolutely lie straight to your face. It looks quick, but it actually at the end will start to flatten out and pull flaps. You have to be appropriately defensive. Everything works from the back of the green to the front.
Putt that didn't go in.
Made a lovely sound off the putter face, didn't it? You get sort of nutty sound as if he's hit a walnut.
Rickie was paying attention, different line, but he could have garnered some information from the speed. This one will put the blinker on.
He was going to get the reverse angry walk. Turns into a victory walk there from Rickie Fowler, but just stayed away on the high side, and now he's put himself right back on the cut line. Going to need to earn some insurance over the next couple of holes.
Just inside the right edge. The other edge.
Wow. Gives it right back as the steam comes out of the ears of Brooks Koepka, and they head up to that tee shot right here, where you look down at this just picturesque par 4, but it is drivable, and there's a little bit of strategy involved as the players walk us through exactly what they're thinking when they reach 14.
Feels like 14 through 18 is the best stretch on this golf course, so and it starts with a cool par 4.
If the wind's sort of pumping into left to right with that water over there on the left, it gets a little intimidating. I start with the pin position, and then I kind of base my strategy off that. It really is just position and getting it in the right spot. The analytics would say that you would go for the green on 14 pretty much every time. I still think it's the right play, and I feel like I've played the 14th hole pretty well over the course of my career here.
Oh yeah, keep going.
Nowadays we get so much help from stats guys, and the play is to bang it up there. It's a good golf hole, and if you want to win this tournament, you better pull up and hit some golf shots.
Well, we know what the stats say. It's still the player that has to execute, but we have seen today with this back hole location that outside of maybe 7 or 8 players, almost everybody has gone for this green off of the tee. But where you leave that tee shot, Ken Brown, has a lot to do with whether you're going to be able to make birdie on the green.
Yeah, anything gets stuck up on the right. The right bunker's okay, but up on that bank there's very tricky. One eagle from Max Homer.
Let's take a look at that swing, shall we? Ken, that was when the brilliant early morning sunshine was just filtering through this part of the property, and this was on an absolute laser.
A little bit of cut spin on it. Will it make the carry to the front of the green? And it just about does, and this is like he's read it from the tee. Over the hump, a little bit from right to left. And I can't tell you how difficult it is to get close to that hole from even 60 or 70 yards, but to hit it to 2 feet from 340. Terrific.
4 eagles yesterday. Homa's eagle today remains the lone eagle here. Back-to-back days where we have been on this back tee box. You can see the tee box in front on the other side of the cart path there. In the 2017 PGA Championship, we went up there and played it a couple of times during the week. So we would anticipate this weekend that they would move it up. And then, you know, for a shorter hitter, it's driver. For a longer hitter, it becomes a bit of a decision about the 3-wood. Even some of the longest players maybe even thinking 5-wood.
Shane out with the driver.
The group on the green is waving us up, so they've stepped aside. And Ken, you can feel that breeze a little bit on the tee box that you mentioned. The flag starting to dance back at 13, but if you walk down some 150 yards where I am, and you can really feel it coming at Shane's back off of the lake. And this started left.
It's cunning. It'll get to the bunker. It will get to the bunker.
He'll be happy with that.
More pars than birdies from that bunker today, but shouldn't be much of a problem.
Aiming a long way left is Brooks.
That's going to need to get a lie. Oh my. That's going to be fun.
Rickie's taken out this mini driver a couple of times in the practice round. He was experimenting with it and hit this low tumbling stinging draw. It was a cool kind of creative shot. But that's not drawing. One hand finish, and that normally means high right.
He just hasn't been able to turn that club over all day today, Ned, which has kind of been a shocker. He set up for it and just has not been able to spin that ball from right to left. So that results in a shot from the rough for Rickie Fowler coming off that bogey at the par 3. Dancing right on top of that tightrope, the cut line on a Friday in the PGA Championship.
What a feeling to be locked into a battle with another human being in front of millions of other human beings with nowhere to hide, nobody to blame if it goes wrong. Golf is about hitting a ball. Professional golf is about competition.
Certainly can't hide when you're entering the stretch, starting at 14 here at Quail Hollow Club. Jonathan Vegas has been hiding in plain sight at the top of the leaderboard really since late in the day yesterday. Rode a hot putter to an opening 64, had it to 10 under par earlier today before he double bogeyed 18. The greenside bunker in 2 at the last, and just trying to get it in the house and give himself a cushion, which could have been maybe 4 shots going into the weekend at a major. But Vegas still in good position to perhaps lead going into tomorrow. See Alex Smalley, Ryan Gerard still on the golf course, tied with Matthew Pavon for second place. Our group, a featured trio, all with tee shots down the right-hand side here at the drivable par 4 14th hole. Shane Lowry, not a big problem coming up from the bunker, but it will be an adventure for Brooks Koepka and Rickie Fowler up in the right-hand rough.
Yes, where we're looking at, there's about 3 yards of flat to the left of the flag and 3 yards to the right, so it's just that little ledge. The rest is all running off the green, so it looks a bit wide, 15 paces. Where the flag is cut, it's about 7 paces wide. So this is a really challenging shot.
Yeah, I don't mind either of these lies, Ken.
Okay.
They both have just enough air under them where you can flick that club head and pass it right past the ball. Rickie's is going to be more difficult because he's on the downslope. And Brooks is going to be easier because I'm not sure that he all much is here with us.
As if you imagine a wok, there's a little flat bit on the bottom of it, and the rest of it is all tipping you off where the flag is.
Now, if Rickie gets this left of the flag, he could definitely fire it over the green. Just get it over the bunker. Came out hot, came out really hot.
Just played so solid to start this round of golf. Sharp iron play, not putting himself in position to make a lot of mistakes, but by not making a lot of birdies either, you just don't have a margin for error right now. If you're Rickie Fowler, you can still chip that in for birdie, but has to get it up and down for par. Just can't be on the wrong side of the cut number when the green mile is looming in about 20 minutes.
Look at Lowry. He's reading it like a putt.
There's one thing about these bunkers there. I mean, they're elegant, they're pretty, they look lovely, but the ball always trickles to the bottom. It doesn't matter where you go in the trap, you don't get stuck up the bank, so you've always basically got a very flat lie, which, going back to the old Scottish days, they would have thought that's a bit cosy.
He was expecting that to release. I think the crowd was too. Everybody's shaking their head.
It sounded like someone who misread what was going to happen, not necessarily mishit the shot.
The grass where Rickie is just thick enough to hold the ball up, but it doesn't settle all the way down. It doesn't submarine itself to the roots. I've seen a couple of shots from over here this week, and you just bury that leading edge into the slope. You let the club and the lie create the loft for you. Throw it about halfway to the hole.
Stubbed it. Now bad things could happen at the end of this round.
When you haven't been playing well, it's always a bit of a struggle. To Brooks. And that iron shot he hit to the 13th when he was trying to cut it in the previous hole, sort of pulled it left in the front bunker. He's played some lovely stuff up to then all of a sudden you think to yourself, no, it's not going to be that old story again. Things just slip away at the end. You put a bit of extra pressure on yourself and suddenly these closing holes become like you're about to win the Open.
You see that cut number at +1. 70 players and ties making it to the weekend. So if Rickie Fowler were to miss his par putt coming up, that number would drop to 73 players at +1 or better. So their struggles could open up the possibility for +2 getting back into the equation, but you can't gamble with that possibly happening.
It's exhausting, isn't it, Ken, on Friday afternoon being right on the cut line?
It is, because you know if you make the cut and shoot a couple of rounds in the 60s, you'll go from number 60th probably to the top 20.
Look over his shoulder to the 15th tee. Alex Smalley getting ready to play, so Shane will wait. Seems like an opportune time to point out that he's due for some karma. He's due for some fortune after the bad break at 8, and he's handled it well. He's calmed himself down. He's regained his composure. Up the hill, right to left.
Fourth easiest hole on the golf course today. I've had 15 bogeys and a double. A lot of those from players that drive it into the water, but we're going to get shut out on this group for birdies, and we may have a bogey as well.
Straight up the fall line. But you never know if you don't hit it.
That really stings for Rickie. You're right, Ken, just one bad swing on the tee at 13 and all of a sudden the fortunes of this round have evaporated and Rickie Fowler is back on the outside looking in. No birdies from this group. They'll try and squeeze a couple out of the 15th coming up at the par 5. While there are no birdies there have been birdies on the card of Rory McIlroy today. This got things started over at the 2nd. Now the holder of a career Grand Slam resume. And he wondered if he could tease us a bit with a season Grand Slam push. You can't win all 4 unless you win the first one. You can't win all 4 unless you win the first 2, and you can't win the second unless you're in good position. But he's putting himself in position today, Ken, thanks to shots like this at 8.
So, clumpy line running up the little tee. It's another birdie going onto Rory's card after a very lackluster day yesterday when he hit it all over the place off the tee.
2 good shots at 10 put him just off of the putting surface, and then coming across with putter. He has been locked in on the speed, and that would be the 4th birdie of the round. Rory now -4 for 1 under in total on a golf course here at Quail Hollow Club that has been like a second home for him. See baby-faced Rory closing with 62 to win here for his first PGA Tour victory. Of course, record then for Rory McIlroy, and that was just the first of many championships. He would shoot 61 in the third round and go on to win on this golf course a few years later. He ended a long victory drought with the victory here at Quail Hollow Club, and so for years knowing that Quail Hollow would host this championship again in 2025, many thought would there be another Wanamaker Trophy for Rory because of how well he has dominated this golf course. And so you see the names that are making a move in this second round. Scottie Scheffler just cruising along. He's 2 under in this round for 4 under for the week. He's inside the top 10. Rory McIlroy's 4 under par round has got him into red figures just in the inside of the top 40. Bryson DeChambeau, 68 earlier today. He's lurking outside the top 10. Not all big names having big weeks. Justin Thomas going to miss the cut. Hideki Matsuyama is going to miss a cut for the first time in 20 major starts. Justin Rose, a shocking performance this week, and we saw Dustin Johnson here on our feature group stream labored yesterday with the putter, took himself out of contention and is plus 12 at week's end. Our group heads up the hill to the par 5 at 15. A bit of a wait there. Jonathan Vegas waiting to find out if his lead will hold up heading to Saturday. Still leads by 2 at the 107th PGA Championship. Second time the great city of Charlotte has hosted this PGA Championship. Quail Hollow Club. That's quite a zip line ride you got right there. Downtown. We're waiting to hit T-balls at the par 5 15th hole. This is this beautiful final par 5. The players play in the back. Drive it down the hill. Avoid those bunkers down the right. And then you make the turn to the left. Head up the hill. Longer hitters certainly take it all the way to the green. Give yourself a look at eagle at this back left hole location. Shorter hitters maybe trying to play something into the collection zone. Anything short and right of the green today in the short grass leads to a very manageable birdie look. But this is really your last chance to make a bit of a push up the leaderboard. You think about this today, round number 2. There have been 5 eagles and 41 birdies here at 15. So that's 46 par breakers at the 15th hole. At 16, 17, and 18 today, there have been a total of 31 birdies. So if you're going to make a move or get the birdie that you need to get back inside the cut number, if you're Rickie Fowler, it probably needs to come right now, Ken, here at 15 before you enter the green mile and try and hold on for dear life.
Yes, if you can find the fairway, even if you're a little bit distance back, you can just about reached this green, so that's such a critical tee shot. Find the rough and then you're sort of scuffing up the bank, leaving yourself a pitch in. So this is a hole that Rickie needs to find the fair, and he's driven pretty well, I would say. Overall, he's hit some nice tee shot. Not very long. He's been using this mini driver, but finding fairways.
They've been waiting a lot, Ken. There are 3 fast players in this group. What does the wait do to you? I mean, if you're Brooks Koepka, you're just trying to get this thing over with because your fate has been sort of sealed. But are you chomping at the bit now? If you're Rickie coming off of 2 straight bogeys, how do you stay in a focused place as we watch the group in front trying to clear this fairway?
Yeah, I think you've got to keep focused, but you've got to also keep relaxed. And I think Rickie and Shane will just be chattering about whatever they're chattering about, which does make it so then you can, otherwise if you stay in this sort of strict, I've got to keep thinking, I've got to keep, it does wear you out until they're out there for 5 hours plus. Tricky golf course, it's warm, so you can't just remain completely focused on it. But if I was choosing 2 players to play with, Rickie and Shane Lowry would be right up to the top of the list.
It's hard, though, isn't it, Ken, to detach and then try to re-engage.
Yes.
I always felt like the nervous energy had to go somewhere, and it typically just resided right in my brain. It just had the anxiety of a squirrel stuck in traffic, just trying to get that out somehow.
I would say if there are any players that are accustomed to it, it'd be this trio in many ways. I mean, they are very fast by professional golf standards. As Alex Smalley's in a big tie for second, going to try and get that up and down for birdie up ahead here at 15. Get back to 7 under par and 1 off of Jonathan Vegas's lead.
Yes, these are all quick players, aren't they? And if you get parked behind, or even medium pace players, you're going to have to wait. Bit of movement on the flag suddenly. Looks like a left or right, maybe fractionally helping.
Yeah, you definitely want to hit right now. It's the strongest breeze we've had all day, and it is helping, as you said. And I'd give it a good 10 miles an hour now, maybe even 12. It's just a nice gust here.
It listened.
Fuck off.
Trying to give the club to Rickie Elliott. They both have an accent, so you can imagine the familiarity between those two. Nothing left in that one.
Best driver of the day, I think, just flushed it.
Come on, Rickie. Light one up. Playing on that exemption, you know, the fans want him here for the weekend. Okay, step 1 complete here.
You get a bit of a bounce forward. It's unlikely. A little one.
But all of them in the go zone here at 15. Rickie Fowler needs to hit a good second shot, needs a birdie if he's to play the weekend and bring his fans with him.
players are doing math now. Trying to figure out the cut line. Teetering on the edge.
Oh, God, that's so bad.
Pride on the line.
He's putting his weekend on the line with his shot.
Lots of money, too.
That's going to end up wet.
This is the second round of the PGA Championship.
And you saw Xander Schauffele and Jordan Spieth. They're on the wrong side of the cut number at +2. That's where Rickie Fowler began this second round. Wonderful shot over the trees at 3, set up this birdie look. Irons were really good the entire front 9. That would get him to 1 over par after finding the fairway at the par 5 7th. Strike this one into the heart of the green. There it would stay on the lower shelf. And get him to even par when he would 2-putt that for birdie. And we're thinking, Ken Brown, okay, let's get some more birdies. Maybe you get up this leaderboard and make a run to the weekend. Well, all of a sudden things got a little more difficult with this swing at 13, the turning point from good to bad.
I don't know whether the club slipped in his hand or something, but it was mishit. He was trying to hit a sort of held shot and turned it over into that bunker. It's always going to be a difficult up and down. Drops a stroke there, then struggles here at the next hole, the 14th birdieable hole.
Had 2 bad chips, not just that one, and the one before got away from him trying to get it close for birdie. And de-greened it from short and right of the putting surface. And so with the driver being okay at times, the ball striking good, the putter has been pretty solid, but right back to where he began this round at +2. And when he began the day, the cut number was +1, and you've got to be thinking when you're warming up, okay, it might go to +2 today, an even par round. You don't want to be thinking about it the entire way around the golf course, but at this juncture as a player, when are you looking? Is your caddy looking? What information do you want to know what I need to do in order to have a weekend tee time?
Well, it's always dangerous to think what the cut's going to exactly be. I've done it before, thinking it's such and such, and have a rush at a birdie putt and miss the one coming back. You just got to do your best, but the holes are running out because this closing stretch is so difficult. I noticed Rickie was looking at his ball as if there was a little bit of something on it.
There is just a smear of substance, some kind of debris, but it's enough to make a difference. Kind of on the front right. Kenny, just to tack on to your conversation about the cuts, it becomes a mentality. I had one season playing on the European Tour and the Asian Tour where I missed 8 cuts by 1 shot. And you show up that week and you start looking at what the final hole is, the 9th and the 18th, and you start thinking, if I have to par this to make the cut, which side do I want to tee off on?
Yes, it does get a bit like that if you get a bad run.
Pretty wide up there.
How far have they left themselves approximately?
My math showing Fowler about 245, Lowry, you call it 260, and Brooks 235.
Up on the green, Alex Smalley, saw him hit it to the bunker and could only play to here off of that downslope. So this for the birdie, currently in a 4-way tie for second.
Great looking putting stroke, everything about it.
Plays 14 and 15 an even par, and that's given back some shots heading into the green mile. So Smalley's going to have to hold on now for the last 45 minutes of this round, protect 6 under par.
The second shot at the 15th was a little unlucky though. It only had to be 2 yards to the right and he would have been nestling within 10 feet of the cup. Just got the wrong side of the traffic lights.
So he's got that armband on, tracking his fitness and his pulse. Doesn't look like he's registering much of one every time we've seen him. He's at a chip in and as stoic as can be. They're still not done here at this par 5. It'll be Sepp Straka next. Straka at 1 over par, like Shane Lowry back in the fairway on the right side of the cut number. And this would be solid investment in some insurance. he is going to have to play spotless golf over the last 3. Now Max McGreevy trying to birdie his way to within 1 of the cut number and then play the final 3 under par to make the weekend. Good little redemption story for this young man who got to the PGA Tour a few seasons ago and then lost his card, reclaimed his game, but it looks like is not going to be playing the weekend, barring a big rally on holes that just aren't surrendering a lot of birdies.
Sunglasses back on now. The sun has decided to crack through the clouds.
So that whole group makes par here at the par 5. That is frustrating as you look down now at the scatter chart today here at 15 and where our featured group stacks up. Lowry first.
Just a gorgeous piece of felt on which to play, Ken. A little bit of an upslope, ball above his feet. One of those that you just cannot wait to hit. 258.
Almost cleared that bunker. Just need 1 more yard.
Fowler doesn't really have a choice. He's going to have to take a crack at it. I don't know exactly what the mud's going to do on the ball, but if I had to guess, it would balloon a little bit and then try to knuckle off to the left.
It's the mini driver again too, Ned.
Yeah, I think he's just going to try to whack it as hard as he can and hope it gets lucky.
Absolute crackerjack of a shot. Superb. Never left the flag. Picked it off. The ball flew exactly as he anticipated. Oh, keep going. Eagle chance.
And while it's mini, it's still a driver. So that is 2 drivers off the deck on the back 9 par 5s that have been absolutely center cut.
Koepka, 235 total. All the yardage I'm giving here have. Look at this mud ball. My goodness. 10 yards up the hill, and that ball was quacking as soon as it came off the club.
Can only laugh about it. And once again, Rickie picking this one right off the carpet.
Made that sound, didn't it? Quality strike. Flushed it.
He's hit 2 shots at that club in the back 9 that just make you want to go out and get a large bucket of balls and fall in love with the game again. Maybe make you want to get out here and watch these players do it all again next year at the PGA Championship. Next May, this championship returning to Wanamaker Golf Club in Town Square, Pennsylvania, just outside of Philadelphia. To register for tickets, visit pgachampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon. It'll be the 2nd time the PGA Championship will be held at Wanamaker. Gorgeous property, redone in the last decade or so. Opened up the space. Wonderful built-up greens. It is a pristine piece of property that will be gathered in next year for the 108th playing of this PGA Championship. You ever been there, Ken?
I haven't, but it looks appetizing just looking at those pictures. I like the color, not too bright green. Looks like it might play a bit firm.
Do you know who the PGA champion is from Wanamaker?
No, pal. Who's that?
Ned, you want in on this?
The PGA champion from Wanamaker. Is that the question?
That's
on
the
table?
question, yeah. Would you like the year? I can give you guys both the year if you think.
You know what? I don't think I want in on this.
Give us the year, because I can have a stab at some. Julius Boros. I've no idea the year.
1962.
Palmer.
Palmer didn't win the PGA Championship. It was the one.
Guessing.
It was the one he couldn't get done. Gary Player.
Gary.
Now Koepka's gotten to his ball, and he's not going to love what he's found. This thick, tangled trio of grasses all come to a meeting here, and he's in a little bit of a whirlpool, and that's all he could do was punch it. Well, at least he could give Rickie a hand, give him a teach if that ball stays there. Stay there.
Yeah, it's gone. Now, Ken, two Scots have won the PGA Championship a long while back.
I've lost all confidence.
I've stripped you of your confidence today.
Go on, tell me. Two Scots.
Jock Hutchison won the third PGA in 1920.
All right, all right. What are we doing here?
And in 1930, Tommy Armour won.
Tommy Armour, the Silver Scot.
So there you go.
That was a golf swing, wasn't it?
Yeah. Right, Shane.
Off the upslope, needs to carry it almost all the way.
Uphill into the grain. It was never going to bounce much when he clipped it away like that. Well played. Good angle to putt from too.
Can't believe it checked up that quickly on him, can he? Just a little trickle out from there would have been better.
Brooks needs that little bumbler. Throw it back in your stance. 2 or 3 hops to take the speed off.
This golf course, when you just lose a little bit of focus, right? A little bit of want to.
Putter coming out, as you might expect.
Yeah, just
only thing you can't do here is hit it 5 or 6 feet past the hole, because it will run another 20. Keep the ball between you, the edge of the green, and the flag.
all right. So now it'll be Rickie Fowler's turn for the eagle here at 15, and how important this potential eagle might be after this. Look at this shot. Driver off the deck, getting 168 ball speed, and carried it uphill some 260 yards to this spot. You see where the other eagles have come from today. We have had one eagle from this spot for Rickie Fowler, trying to make it a 6th one here today.
Like his putt at the 14th, it was a little wafty.
To his defense, Ken, it looked at the last couple of feet like it was going to just try to fade back to the left, and it never did.
Back to 1 over. A timely birdie 16, 17 and 18 are cruel. 14 and 15 are sort of chicken korma, they offer something, but 16 to 18 is more vindaloo.
Kenny, you are a beauty. Oh, that's such good stuff. But this would have fooled Shane, because from his angle coming up the hill, it almost looks dead straight. And he just saw Rickie's break straight across the face of the hole, Ken.
Uphill into the grain as well, so you can be very authoritative in this one. You don't want a sort of drifty, floppy one, just making the front edge. Be positive. I think if you miss it, it's going to go at least 8 inches past.
He's flirting with it, isn't he? Just a couple of bunker shots to try to get up and down for birdies at 14 and 15. Can't convert either one. And Shane Lowry's going to have to avoid dropping a shot inside the green mile, where yesterday he went bogey, par, birdie. That would be good enough if he were to do it again today to make the cut. The quote-unquote easy holes are behind us, and now we buckle up, tighten your belts and strap in, because the gauntlet begins. It's time for the green mile.
They call it the green mile, and it's justified. I think it's the toughest stretch of holes in the world. You have to hit perfect shots or you're going to make bogey or much worse.
You're trying to sign for 3 pars. You know, if you get to sneak a birdie in, that's an advantage.
There's nothing hidden. It's right in front of you, and you got to go execute, hit some golf shots, that's for sure.
When people come off this golf course, the last thing they remember is the last 3 holes, and they think, whoa.
That green mile that keeps getting longer somehow, even in perfectly calm conditions. Every single shot is a test.
Ken, one of the toughest 3-hole closing stretches in all of major championship golf. There you see what it has played this week. 16, just that beast of a long par 4. 17 will punish any poorly struck tee shot, and 18 today has seen a number of big scores, 6s and 7s, trying to thread the needle with that tee shot and avoid the creek that meanders up the left-hand side.
Yeah, the 18th flag today is in a really cruel position, very front left of the putting surface. I love the way the course finishes. You have a couple of chances at 14 and 15, then the last 3 really test your mettle.
See how these players have played it this week. In a disappointing week, it hasn't been the 3-hole finishing stretch yesterday that derailed Brooks Koepka. It's the 3-hole starting stretch in the front 9 that's been the story of his week. Rickie Fowler and Shane Lowry each played this trio of holes even par yesterday. They must play them even par or better today in order to make the cut.
5:30 into the breeze, Ken. You better pack your patience and your lunch pail and your work boots on this one. And you better hit the fairway.
You just left her, huh?
Yeah. Kind of neutral. You got that?
Yeah.
Neutral right to left.
On the fairway, but quite a long way back. Much easier pin position today at the 16th than yesterday. It's on the right side, gives you a little bit of margin of error.
And sometimes into the fan, even just this 4 to 5 mile an hour wind, that for Shane, he gets it high in the air, and this ball driver just spin and go nowhere.
All right! All right!
This is way right.
It's going to make the pathway down the hill very difficult. for Shane Lowry. Now, if there is any benefit, the number of players at +1 or better has dipped to 72. So +2 is not completely out of the question. But we might not know about that until long after this group is done, which means you just can't play around if you're Shane Lowry or Rickie Fowler. Get in at +1 and don't worry about anything.
On the way up to the tee, a couple of fans were giving Brooks the business. He didn't care much for it, told him about it. And that's going to find a nasty crash pad down the right rough line.
All the fans are out today, including that gentleman.
He's heard that Rickie's coming.
Could be soup later. Past U.S. Open champion Matt Fitzpatrick making a bit of a run today. This was at the first. Challenging par 4. Not for Fitzpatrick, who rolled it in for a birdie. Began the day after shooting a round of 68 yesterday. Made bogey over at 2, birdied 3. That was for eagle. Kicked it in for a birdie. Turned it 1 under par, 4 under for the week. And this was at the par 5 10. Lovely touch that. One thing Matt Fitzpatrick has always been strong at is this putter. Put himself in position, hit it high and hit it hard. He did at 12 and hooked it right in down the slope. So Fitzpatrick, even with a couple of bogeys on the card today, 3 under par in his round of golf. He's got it to -6. Alex Smalley's trying to survive the Green Mile. Scotty Scheffler is just looming, lurking. 2 under par yesterday. Today, Scheffler, 2 birdies, no bogeys on the card, just playing the golf course right in front of him. Which is what you have to do. He made double bogey here yesterday at 16. Our group here this afternoon trying to avoid a similar fate, especially our 2 players battling to make the cut. You look back from the green. Rickie Fowler going to have a good view of it down the left-hand side. Shane Lowry and Brooks Koepka obstructed in the right-hand rough. Look at those bogeys on the right-hand side, that right rough. It is almost a virtual certainty you're making 5 or worse if you drive it up here in the hay.
Especially where the flag is, you just simply can't get it from up there. Depends how the ball's lying, and just see the top of the ball.
Koepka's lie is devious, went straight to the bottom. Shane Lowry, on the other hand, has a little bit of a shooter. Some grass behind it, Ken, that'll help the ball pop up, which could be a problem because he's got to keep it under the canopy of this hardwood in front of him.
I arrived here at a similar situation earlier today, trying to hit that punch out of the rough. The rough grabbed it, shot it right, was headed right at the line of spectators, and thankfully for them, not for him, hit the tree flush and came racing back down the fairway. Actually lost distance on the carom, but trying to thread that needle that Ned was just talking about underneath that tree. It's no guarantee here at 16.
Yeah, if you go under the tree, first is Rickie Fowler. Tight right pin, 5 from the right edge.
Looked like a 5-iron, and that's mishit.
My word. He should have been down there with the turtle.
He just knows that's the one spot he didn't want to hit it into. And there's a little slope to the left of the flag as well that you can work the ball in, but maybe it was mud. He's got that look as if...
Yeah, it's confused. Like, how did the ball go that way?
Yeah, I think it was a muddy. That 16th has produced a few mud pools.
Okay, Shane Lowry, big shot here, sports fans. 214, that's my math, all the way to the flag.
I'm going to hit it at the flag and then move that. Yeah.
Hitting at the flag, he's trying to chase it into the bunker.
Clipped a couple of leaves, but still flying nicely.
Get in there. Oh, that goes hibernating.
And let you know that Brooks played prior, moving quickly as you might expect, and just punched it down. It's short left of the green.
Trying to stay out of the way at this point in time. Keep things moving along in what has been a disappointing week, and it'll be the first time in his PGA Championship career that he's not around for the weekend. I'm going to look at the scatter chart here for second shots at 16, but I can't imagine there's been a whole lot right of the bunker today. There have been a few that have ended up there on the hill, and as you would suspect, the majority of them unable to get it up and in for par. The bunker itself isn't even a guarantee you're going to get it up and down with that slope running away. So both Rickie Fowler and Shane Lowry with really no room for error at this point. Probably going to have to make a pretty sizable putt here if they're going to save their pars.
Certainly looking that way. Shane has got a little bit of an angle, but it's not going to help him much. There's a turtle in the bunker. He keeps popping his head out like a submarine.
Gonna pay extra for that ticket. He's inside the ropes. Did not see his lanyard.
There he is, climbing up the bank now.
I don't know if he can make it out of that bunker.
Someone better help.
He might need some assistance. Ned, get down there and save the turtle, will you?
Yeah, are you kidding me, Ken? I don't know if you know what kind of turtle it is, but I'm going with an alligator snapping turtle, and it's some kind of snapper, and it will absolutely rip your fingers off.
He won't. If you grab him by the back of the shell, he can't get to you. He's a cute fella.
He's digging as well. Maybe he's going to lay a few eggs.
Yeah, that kind of has that look, doesn't it?
He certainly has the look as if to say, if you come near me, I'm going to give you a fright. Well, that's what's facing Rickie Fowler.
The turtle is in a better position on the upslope. My money's on that guy getting up and down better than Shane or Rickie. Now, here's the funny thing, fellas, with a lot of golf still to go as Brooks Koepka plays quickly from just off of the green. If both Rickie Fowler and Shane Lowry were to make bogey here, they would move the cut number to +2. Now, again, a lot of golf to be played. Some players finishing up on the front nine with 7 and 8, which could go the opposite direction to bring it back in. But This is what you get when you get into the green mile, and why we're dancing around that cut number is we're going to see a number of players right around even par, 1 over, 2 over, make a mess of 16, 17, and 18, and that's why fans of Jordan Spieth and Padraig Harrington, a PGA champion who's in at +2, are hoping that it could fall back. There you see now down to 71 players at +1 or better, and 2 of those players are right here in the mix at 16.
Smart shot. You just couldn't risk leaving it short. Rickie's lie a little bit better. If he wanted to go for the full flop, he could.
Pretty well played.
Yeah, probably about as good of a putt you were going to get coming back, right?
Yeah, played a lower one, trying to just kill it into the fringe. It was brave. Carried probably 2 feet too far. Good effort. Just carried it just a fraction too far, but just putting it in the bunker if you're not careful. I don't know who's going to outglare somebody here.
Turtle picked the wrong golfer to try and stare down.
He looks a little concerned. I don't think he's frightened of much either.
He's still looking.
He's moved away. I don't think he trusts him.
Well, Ken, we talked about it earlier on the cut line, and the pressures that come with it. You look over at 17, you see the wind whipping about, and you know you still have to play the 18th. Every shot, every putt feels like a must make. Something fancy happened over at 14. Your guess is as good as mine on this one, Ken. I've looked at it from a couple angles.
The Turtle's trying to get a glimpse at it too. He hasn't, has he? Oh, no. I think that was a dead cert. Just going down the grain, sometimes the ball just doesn't turn as it slows as much as you think it will. The grass is holding it a little straighter. This was a beautiful effort. Sweetly struck, and you think he must be. Rickie's try. Right across the face of the cup.
All right.
Putts on the last few greens have just not quite been as authoritative as they were early on.
So for the moment, they are still inside the cut number once both of these bogey putts are in and posted, but you just can't feel comfortable in that number. Oh, at +2, and I don't know what that was.
He had the putter lined up right there. I was standing directly behind him saying, wait, if he hits it there, it's going to spin on the right edge. It's exactly where he had it lined up.
Amazing golf. Your head can get scrambled.
He didn't complete the stroke either, Ken. That was back and then stopped. And, barely spins that one in. Oh my. Well, forget any wonderings about +1 versus +2. Rickie Fowler now has to find a way to make at least one birdie at 17 and 18. Or we're looking at potentially this group going 0 for 3 on making the cut. back to the stair.
Well, you better believe that Lowry's refocused after watching Rickie miss.
Officially in, so Lowry will stay by a whisker in the weekend, but 2 challenges remain here on a Friday evening. PGA of America Coaching Center, powered by T-Mobile in Frisco, Texas, features state-of-the-art technology from TrackMan, Top Tracer, Swing Catalyst, Putt View, and Sam Putt. T-Mobile's 5G network powers everything from PGA golf coaching to delivering tour van club fittings across all major equipment manufacturers. And many of us will get a first-hand glance at that magical facility coming up in 2 years' time when Frisco is the host of the 2027 PGA Championship. But our focus right now on this 2025 version, we're over at 17 in the middle of the Green Mile, where yesterday we nearly had a hole-in-one. Bryson DeChambeau, did I hear right? This was an 8-iron from outside 220? Just pushed it ahead.
What an amazing shot from his end. He can't believe it's misses. It's parked right behind the cup.
Somebody in this group's going to have to do that today. Maybe it's Rickie Fowler, who's put a couple of poor iron shots on it here on the back nine and has gone from inside the cut line to now 1 shot out of it. Maybe 2 shots if you're feeling comfortable. 3 over par. We're still waiting for the group in front with some par saving putts. Alex Smalley up ahead has already made bogey. He's falling down the board a little bit. It's really challenging on this golf course to hold on to a low round when you get to this stretch. Just imagine that pressure and what will be on the shoulders of a player or players battling at the top of the leaderboard come Sunday afternoon here in the Green Mile. Now, Sepp Straka couldn't take advantage of the par 5 moments ago, but was able to make par at 16. This is a 5-footer for par to stay at +1. Again, +2 now the cut number because of the struggles at 16 from both Shane Lowry and Rickie Fowler. But now Straka moves himself right under the number at +2 and has to be very careful playing up 18. That's not a hole where you're thinking I need to be careful. You'd like to give yourself the freedom of being able to swing there at 18. But before you get to 18, you got to play 17, Ken. Across the water, your knees buckling.
It's an absolute crackerjack of a hole over the water, and the pin today on the front left, and there's a little ridge where that pointer is that divides the front portion of the green up. There's a high side on the right, the low side on the left. You can just use that little slope to the right of the flag, but the margin of error is very, very tight.
It looked good in the air, didn't it? May have held up. Brooks could probably care less whether it held up or not. There's a little bit of a bunker down there as well. I think it was just left of that bunker.
The wind really swirling now.
Did he get it?
It's promising if it did.
He did. That's it. A little bit of flat where the flag is only 8 yards wide. It's about 8 by 6. Level area in the front left of this green.
Well, I got to tell you, I'm surprised at how Rickie Fowler has played the last, call it 5 or 6 holes. His stroke average in the second round this season is 3rd on the PGA Tour. It's 67 and some change. I recognize this is a major championship, but coming to the cut line was something that he had excelled and been comfortable with so far this year. Out to the right, trying to draw.
No. Did that get there, Ned? Couldn't tell from our angle if that got to the bunker or not. We're going to have to go figure that out if there's any ripples or not, as Rickie's week could be rinsed at 17. Rickie Fowler going along swimmingly in this second round and then turned good golf into bad golf, Ken Brown. And it started at 13, but then at 14, you get it right back. Just flushes a chip over the back of the green and takes birdie off the table. And you're like, oh, okay, well, you're still engaged in this round. You can still do something solid. And then this chip flubbed. He would make bogey at the short par 4, would bounce back with a birdie at 15, but then got into the green mile. Was out of position. This was for par. Thinking, okay, +2, you can still make a run the last 2 holes. But that right there might be the difference between Rickie Fowler playing or not playing this weekend. And this was his tee shot just moments ago here at 17.
It was on a good line. Maybe it found the buck. Hard to tell where that finished.
There's the scorecard. Everything going good until the swing at 13. 2 bogeys, a double in his last 4 holes. But for the Rickie Legion out there, a tiny bit of positive news, Ned Michaels, here at 17.
It's not in the water.
It's a question mark.
It's in the penalty area. It's not on the rocks. It's about 1/4 of an inch from the rocks, but it's coming directly towards us. It's really his only shot, but he has to try it. Otherwise, he's going back to the tee.
Well, if this doesn't go in, if he doesn't make it, his week is over.
You know, Ken, I said that the wind was swirling, almost as if Shane caught a little riser, carried the ball, and then Rickie's got thwarted down because he's a good 1.5 club short here.
It's been 1 or 2 people. Scotty Scheffler hit his tee shot here on the first day and said, oh, the wind's got to do. I think the 10ths on the right, maybe the ball gets above the 10th. I'm not really sure, but it's interesting that sometimes this flag isn't blowing in the same direction as the 16th flag.
I would agree with you. These chalets weren't here in 2017, and I do think it makes a difference. The crowd knows. That one just wanders away.
Man, he knows too.
Yeah.
Ned, he hit it so well. I mean, didn't drive it very accurately as Brooks Koepka continues to set land speed records for golf here on the back nine. But the ball striking was there today for Rickie Fowler up until that swing at 13. And it's a hard golf course. It's a hard finish. And I don't want this to be harsh, but he has found a way to miss the cut here in the last hour.
Sometimes happens. You just make a silly mistake and you can't take it out of your mind. Or he's struggled because his putts at 14 was a bit of a drifter. Didn't reach the cup for a save. His putt at 15 just about reached the cup. 16 he 3-putted from next to nowhere.
Meanwhile, Shane Lowry has had a day defined by maybe a poor break at 8. And then a bad tee shot at 16, putting his weekend on life support. But this would be very helpful heading to 18.
Refuse to believe that he's going to miss the cut because of that unfortunate break at the 8th. Just refuse to. This one will lie to you. It is awfully deceptive. Faster than you might think. He's going to wait for the bunker to be raked here. He knows the moment. He's feeling it. Zips towards Rickie Fowler, towards the right, and gathers pace as it collects down towards the hole.
We're due here for something good. I think par at the last is good enough. I can't guarantee that. There are a number of players +2 in the golf course. There are 9 players like Shane Lowry with holes to be played at 2 over par, and many of them are finishing on the front. So it could move back to +1, but certainly needs par. Rickie makes bogey, which means he's going to have to hole out a second shot at 18 and get some help. Good par from Brooks Koepka, coming up just short here at the green. And this group with one hole to go. Will it be one hole for the week or one hole for the day for those that are battling the cut line? So much pressure every year in major championships, but sometimes it's the pressure cooker on Friday that pumps the most.
The players are doing math now. Trying to figure out the cut line. Teetering on the edge.
Oh, God, that's so bad.
Pride on the line.
He's putting his weekend on the line with his shot.
And lots of money, too.
That's going to end up wet.
This is the second round of the PGA Championship.
Shane Lowry is one of those players you saw in that piece that's been kind of holding on. Got off to a brilliant start, Ken, when this one went in at 1, because we knew at this moment the putter was already looking smoother than yesterday, and he putted it brilliantly on the front.
It's been very neat all day. This is a delightful little chip from the side of the 70. Drop the stroke at the 6, but gets it straight back at number 7.
So that was to get back to 1 under the round, 1 over for the week. And then this was sort of the turning point in the fortune and the mindset of Shane Lowry. Hits what is going to be a really good tee shot down the right side of this fairway. Watch the bounce, watch the release into another pitch mark that you could not get relief from. Had to try and make a play from here, Ken, and there's no practice for this.
They popped it in the front bunker there, which wasn't too bad. Stroke going.
Yeah, he would lose a shot there. Then on 12, this was a touch of class after finding the fairway.
Using the contours and dragging it back. Further back it goes, easier the putt would be, so a little bit off the right. That one needs to go just 1 over.
So we're feeling good at that point in time, but can't take advantage of 14 and 15. Settles for pars there. The bogey at 16. Putting him at +2. It was his bogey at 16 that actually then moved the cut line to 2 over par. There are currently, you're looking at 2 over par is tied for 69th. 83 players at +2 or better. So it may hold on to be +2. A birdie for sure at 18 gets him into the weekend, but like so many players in front of him today, there is no assurance that you can make 4 here at 18. Just ask Alex Smalley, who at one point in time in this round of golf was 1 shot off the lead of Jonathan Vegas. He's given a couple back coming down the stretch and in danger of throwing away more here at the last.
Ball below his feet, got a decent lie, but this pin position, there's no way he can get anywhere near it. So a little bit front right of the green would be the play, or see if we can heave it to.
Hit it in the creek, so this is his 3rd shot.
It's a very good play. Half a chance of getting down in 2 from there. Didn't take too much of a gamble.
7 under standing on the 12th tee box and has made 2 bogeys, and if that doesn't get chipped in, it'll be 3 bogeys coming in for Smalley. Here's the 18th, the signature closing par 4.
The stream runs all the way down the left, then up by the green, bunker on the right, and then you play up the hill to this heavily sloping green from back to front. And this front left pin is so tricky. A little bluff at the front, water left. You've got to get a huge drive up here if you're going to go on that flag. Otherwise, you've got to hit it a pin high right.
Well, Brooks Koepka is going to try and show Shane Lowry the path he needs to take. You could sell that tee ball right now to about 18 different golfers coming behind you.
He's hit a few solid ones on the back 9. Little tumbling fade.
Almost no wind all of a sudden.
Well, he saved it, didn't he?
Hang in.
Soft. Started a little bit left. You can see just a little extra body language to make sure that ball would carve and cut. It does. So first goal checked off the box. Find the fairway at 18. Lowry has, and even maybe registered a slight smile there after that one.
There's still hope.
Gotta hoop it.
Shane's ball came down. It landed very softly. I'm a bit concerned about whether he might have left a bit of mud on his ball.
I'd love to see a walk-off too. That'd be kind of cool. Maybe we'll have it on the other side. Final hole, final hope for a couple of golfers. Hope's been long gone for Brooks Koepka, while Shane Lowry would love a birdie here at the last to assure him of making the cut that continues to dance back and forth between +1 and +2 on the leaderboard. Lowry hoping to dial in a second shot here at the last as you take a look at where the birdies have come from today and where our three have found the fairway. Big tee shot from Brooks Koepka, maybe his best drive of the week. 325 yards here at 18, and Lowry gonna have a nice angle from the very right side of the fairway to this front left hole location. Maybe needing birdie here at 18 to play tomorrow.
A lot of black dots for the double bogeys this hole, but three nice tee shots. Rickie Fowler first to play, but up on the green.
This was Alex Smalley after hitting it in the creek off the tee, short of the green, pitched up to here, and that one gets caught by the cup for a closing bogey. So a somewhat disappointing 71 after 67 yesterday, giving up 3 shots in the last 7 holes on the golf course. As it'll be Rickie when the green clears, first to play in. The cut just now went back to +1. So some players on the front 9 making birdies in the closing stretch. The seesaw teeter-totter ride continues for those between +1 and +2. It'll be a very lean cut if it stays at +1. It'll be a little bit fattier at +2. And again, we may not know what that number is until the sun is nearly set later on this evening.
I would say, judging by how difficult 9 and 18 are, you're going to see it tick up towards +2. Still players working 14 and 15 on the backside and 7 and 8 on the front.
Right now it's just straight across, isn't it?
Well, regardless of the number, Ned, this one has to go in, get to +2, and then see what happens.
just an 80 shot with 8's not enough for a quad. Yeah. Walking out there, just going straight across. I mean, I like the wind straight across. I like an 80 shot with 7. You with me? Come on, trust me. 80 shot.
I think since we've been standing here, the wind felt at our back, then pushing into our face. They're saying straight across. Did I hear him say 180 shot?
Yes.
They're counting on a lot of wind that I don't have.
Gotta make it.
Good line.
Oh, he tried. That pitched about 6 inches from the cup. How close? That close.
Now Shane has a sheen of, it's not quite mud, but it is loose debris on the ball. 166, give it another 7 for the uphill.
That looks good too. All right, gonna have to grind on that putt, Ken, because it may be needed by night's end.
2 very classy shots. Wind off the left, pin on the left, and a very difficult spot.
One to remember. That might be the best collection of second shots any group has put together today at 18.
Where has that been all day?
Yeah, the fans gathered around you up there, Ned, must think that these guys are near the top of the board.
Depends on how you spell board.
2 lovely shots for Brooks Koepka to finish with. They were absolutely top of the tree. You know, good gallery out for the opening 2 days.
Yeah, the line to get to work today was a little beefier than it was the last few days as well as we near the weekend. I can imagine tomorrow it's gonna be very comfortable out here to be a golf fan. It might not be as comfortable to play. They're calling for winds tomorrow afternoon, 25 to 30 miles an hour after a front comes through. A little cooler temperatures as well.
Wouldn't like to be sitting the course out though. There's a lot of responsibility on a day like today.
Also have to account for, Ken, as the course is drying out and the fairways start to get some of the moisture out of it, that's when you see the mud balls. And I've seen a couple more this afternoon than I had earlier yesterday.
From Florida, Brooks Koepka.
It will not be a 4th PGA Championship for Brooks Koepka. Weight will have to move to just outside Philly next year. Putter was dreadful yesterday for Shane Lowry. It has been good, not great, but good enough today for the Irishman. Maybe trying to dial up the best one here.
Deceptive putt. It is downhill, and it does gather some steam as it works towards the hole, but it wants to come to the left, and at the hole it wants to kick back to the right. It's a double breaker, and considering where he is on the cut line, Ken, speed is the #1 priority.
Ned, let me ask you a question. Is there a scoreboard or a leaderboard up there where Shane understands where he is at this moment?
There is, but it's just showing the top 10. It's kind of rolling through the leaderboards, and he hasn't looked at boards all day. Justin Thomas earlier in the day was looking at every one of them.
Well, what you don't want to do is think I've got to hold it, belt it 4 feet by and miss the one coming back.
All right, let's exercise the demons from 8, shall we? Stay up. Well, not the scaring of the hole that we wanted, and if that goes in for a round of 71, Lowry's going to have to hope that the closing stretch on both 9s does in a couple of golfers to give him a chance at an early tee time tomorrow.
And he's just now looking at the board. Well, at least give him something to write home about, Rickie.
He had it till he didn't have it today. And Rickie will miss the cut.
Promised more, didn't it, today, I thought?
Did. Hit it like a player that deserved to play the weekend. And then just a couple of short game miscues took it out of reach. Somewhat shocking performance for Brooks. But a birdie to close. It will still be the widest gap that he has missed a cut in his major career, whether it be 8 shots or 7 shots when it's all said and done. Now Lowry to keep a glimmer of hope alive. We'll see if it's enough. In the time it took him to play the 18th hole, the cut went from +2 back to +1, and now we've gone to 72 players who are +1 or better. So it has moved very quickly back to 1 over par. Lowry hoping others struggle coming in to give himself a chance at the weekend. But Ken, we saw what this golf course has done to many a world-class golfer over the course of 36 holes. Just absolutely bludgeoning this trio, and all 3 of them may not have a tee time tomorrow.
But it's such an exacting test. If you haven't got your A game, you're going to struggle. And Brooks was all over the place, and that 8-9 holes was going to miss the cut. But I thought that Rickie promised to shoot the 60s, but just let things slip away. So it's been a day of struggles, and they battled away bravely.
It looks as if Jonathan Vegas might hold on and be the leader of this tournament at the halfway mark going into our 3rd round tomorrow. Coverage of the 2025 PGA Championship at Quail Hollow continues Saturday here on ESPN+. For our entire crew, Ned Michaels, Ken Brown, I'm Will Haskett saying so long from Charlotte, North Carolina. Round 2 almost in the books at the 107th PGA Championship.